Good shot onto Miltsy, but they just revealed their position, and Mangus locks the kill down. Now everybody from Enterprise has got a kill behind their name, at least. This is now a series we can start off properly. For this round, Savage were just having Twist in the mix with the M4. Brux being driven back by the utility. Let's see, so Twist number 2. Not going to be exposed to potentially get taken down by Enterprise. We do see a little bit of boosting going on from Savage, which is always fun to see. Bracken getting a little chewed up on their exploratory mission. Pleasant has gone as well. We haven't even had Twist really involve themselves in the fight as of yet, and that's going to be a little bit disappointing when you've got all of your equipment in one place. Maybe Savage just more or less willing to give the round over. As apologies for the scratches from my cap. We'll acting as our oracle for today, if anyone can understand what that means. Savage get to Twist. They're killing a lot of time. Miltsy almost gets taken down as well. The B site will be the next destination. Twist reads the play and is on their way. Of course, there's only going to be a couple of different places that Twist can be coming out from. The last Savage member surely has to fall back. Mangus and Miltsy are both very close to dead, but without a flank, I do not see how Twist could manage to get any more than they already have. I'm honestly surprised they got the 2 they did. Twist is on the way down mid. They will be running into a little bit of trouble if they go too much further. Enterprise going to make their way back out towards their own spawn, so they're not going to run into Twist. Who survives the round? And no further contact. 3-3. Both teams managing to take a string of games. You can see up the top there, we've got a very good kill count across the entirety of our friends here from Savage, but that doesn't necessarily result in round wins. Enterprise looking pretty strong, but this is the Savage buy-ram. Good smoke to make sure the Enterprise momentum is not too slowed down. Enterprise gonna roll this one out just a little bit more methodically. A long approach is unguarded by Savage right now. I think that's about to change. Pleasant moving in position to peer down there and check that nothing sort of shenanigans are going on. Enterprise very aware of how big of a turning point this round could be. Draken opens up hostilities. Blitz is gone. Twist with another. Lovely positioning from Twist. Doesn't quite work because of the double peak, but would have been perfect otherwise. Enterprise on this 3-3 round. Both teams are down to 3 members, but Eli and Mattis are walking wounded. Savage seem to have the position they need, but Enterprise, they're on their way in. Pleasant, we're back up from Draken. Finds the first one, but is traded. Draken is spotted as well. The plot is good. The Enterprise members are barely alive. There's no utility to find them. Grux takes down Eli. Bit of an overkill. Mattis is still up though, still with a chance of saving it. Jumping in comes Draken, doesn't expect Mattis beat down low, but Grux finds the last part of the puzzle, and that will put Savage back into control. Fortunately for Enterprise, they have got the money to re-buy up as we come through our first quarter of the game, I suppose. We'll again encourage you, if you haven't already done so, to check out Pinnacle, our name partner for the competition. They have done a lot to make sure this competition happens. Our teams are fighting for the almighty prize that they are. And we wouldn't be here without them. Over 18s only, please do bet responsibly and only with money you can afford to lose. Of course, as a long-time Star Trek fan, seeing a team called Enterprise fills me with determination to see them do well. But in the early exchange utility, Enterprise come off pretty badly. Milsey down to just above half health on the AWPer. Not fantastic. And all the time you are looking for that little bit of extra health to shrug off the long-range shots before you get your own AWP shot off in exchange. "50 seconds left for Enterprise to find something. They've definitely had a little bit of cold water thrown on them by having the utility go so poorly against them, as Mangus finds themselves with a little bit hotter feet than they could have hoped for, losing most of their health. Enterprise are getting bled out on their approach before the fighting even really begins. Enterprise on the way in with the depleted health bars, and Savage are ripping them up. Milsey, last one standing, does get two, but then gets knocked to the ground. Savage did enough on the early parts of the round to keep themselves rolling, and look at those scores from Savage. There is a difference of 1 kill between their top and bottom performing player. That is incredibly unusual. You can see on the other side from Enterprise, there's 5 between Mangus and Eli. But for Savage, they are working as one unit. 5 fingers turning into a fist that is beating down Enterprise, who desperately need to get something back. It probably won't be this round though, as it's pistols at dawn for Enterprise against the vastly better equipped Savage squad. Note that Savage don't have a ton in the bank if Enterprise can pull off shenanigans. And Pleasant being topped early on is a first part of that indeed. Unfortunately, the weaponry is inaccessible to Enterprise for now, as Savage are pretty far pushed forward. Brooks with a beautiful cleanup means that there will be no miracles forthcoming for Enterprise. But at least this does mean we are back to our pattern of 3 apiece, which means Enterprise are just about due to take back control of the game. Whether they can do that though remains to be seen, as a watch in Grux just makes it look trivial. Stepping away for a second to take a little gasp of air before coming back in to finish off the job. Of course, this does put the pressure on Enterprise if they have to win this round to keep Savage from going out of control. then what are they gonna try? Nice grenade work from Savage again, softening up Enterprise on the way, and Mangus has deleted through the wood. And I don't think that would have been possible without the grenade early on. Savage, definitely the favored team by a considerable margin. Enterprise, though, they are pretty game. They are putting up a fight. But it's looking like the pattern establisher that is not going to hold if Savage have their way. We have got 6 rounds left in the half. So we do have the potential of an even-ish first game. And there we go, Mattis come through. Enterprise. With a chance. Draken is holding on B. Blitz, though, does get the kill. And Draken is dropped as well. Enterprise, they keep up the pressure. Pleasant on site, gonna fall back to give time for Twist to maybe join them. Or could it be in a complete abandoning of the ship? Certainly Pleasant doesn't want to be trying to take this play by themselves. 2v4. Surely not. And with that kaboom, Enterprise are back in the saddle. The 3 apiece trading remains in place, despite what looked like a very strong start for Savage in that last round. I am pretty impressed by what we're seeing. Hope still alive. Of course, Enterprise will need to pull ahead at some point, because Savage, having started off those 3 rounds, we keep this pattern up, and Savage do just win the game. So for Enterprise, 2 more will be on par. 1 more than that will put them back into a winning trajectory. Matties popping up there, not finding anybody though. Savage have got Draken pretty aggressively forward, looking to get a kill and back out again. Enterprise might be a little too close together to make that possible. Draken doesn't want to far blind and give their position away. Mid approach up to A. It's the focus for Enterprise. They haven't got anybody anywhere else at all. Savage could be on their flank, but they are not. Pleasant dropped early on. Enterprise are coming, are calling. Rux is there, but only gets 1 in the exchange. Draken misses the shot. I don't even think they were spotted, but maybe just surprised to see someone's back walking towards them. Taunt is good. Draken misses again. And for a 3rd time, that's a heartbreaker. Desmond is put down. Twist at least gets 1 back for Savage. There we go. 4th time's the charm for Draken. We are down to the 2v2, and I don't think Savage have got any more to contribute to this particular encounter. They're going to back off instead and accept that Enterprise are back in control of the game. Alright, so as we come close to the end of our first half, we'll check in with our Pinnacle odds for our over 18 fans only, of course. You can see that we're kind of where we started. I do think the Enterprise, even while, as we were talking about before, Enterprise need to be pushing a little bit further than they are right now if they're actually going to win this first map. They're at least leaving themselves in a position where it's a possibility. Savage, a little under-equipped for this round. 3 Deagles. And no AKs, just the M4 on the AWP. Enterprise keeping their distance though. They're giving Savage a lot of respect. They know this is the round where they will hit par. But Eli getting dropped early on. Not fantastic. Draken does get eliminated. Crux gets a kill back. We're actually going to be seeing Desmond sneaking in to Enterprise territory to re-equip. Yes, they grab themselves the AK. That's a nice pickup indeed. As Blitz going to be coming in around the side. About to run into a little more trouble. No! Crux isn't looking. Pleasant though lines up the shot. Takes a little too long to do it. Lets them walk past. Looking for that headshot. Perfectly placed. No, they're actually waiting. And they find the bomb carrier. Holy moly. Pleasant's on a totally different level. And now Blitz is going to say, wait a second, what happened to my team? They were behind me just moments ago, but instead I'm all on my own. For Savage, this would be the combo breaker for Enterprise. Enterprise need this win to keep up the pace of the game. Nice! Blink onto Pleasant, but it's no good. Savage break the pattern, and with it, they start to take over the half. Enterprise, they are short on cash. Eli does have a decent amount, but everybody else is looking a little tight. Mangus in particular. We're seeing a little bit of a change around. It looks like we will be getting something of a force buy. Yes, Enterprise, they're spending every dime they have. While the results are less than you would hope for if you're an Enterprise fan, they've got at least the AWP in the mix, 2 AKs and 2 Deagles. Savage definitely better equipped. Enterprise hoping for an early pick. Draken again, very aggressively positioned, has got backup. Will fall back to toilets if it starts to turn sour, and that's exactly what they have done. Now busting out onto A long. Draken, their aggressive sniping. Will it pay off this time? They spot the target a little late on the play and they get cut down. That was a really wide peak. I don't think Draken expected that they would expose the target quite as long as that. Does make you start to wonder if the Savage sniper is starting to feel a little bit of tilt there after a pretty rough previous round, missing multiple shots in a row, especially shots that should have been theirs by right. This Draken gets the rest of the round to cool off and hopefully come back stronger. For now, Enterprise have been gifted a second AWP, and Savage might have given the round away. Enterprise come a charging in. It's going to be a pretty tough defense. Pleasant does at least get one, but takes most of their health. They're back off to the back of the site with Twist, showing no signs of coming to intervene. While Savage has broken the 3-3 pattern, Enterprise have broken even more. This will put them back up to almost even again as we come close to the end of the first half. Enterprise? We didn't expect, honestly, too much from them coming into this one, but they seem to be a decent match for Savage, and maybe even with the possibility of getting the first game win. Enterprise making it out with their AWP and their 3 rifles. Feeling pretty good about their chances. 2 more rounds left to go. Crux and Pleasant, top hitters for Savage, but as I mentioned before, all very close together. Desmond dropping off a little bit compared to the rest of the team. For Enterprise's side of things, Blitz, Matty, and the Eli up on 9 kills. We have got the money flowing into the coffers from both sides. For Savage, This round pretty much worth double. They have no money to work with after this if they lose. Draken, back on aggressive sniping again, gonna get flashed away. Would certainly not mind seeing Draken in a more defensive place, just so if they continue to struggle, as they have been a little bit so far in this first game, that Draken's got more chance to find new positioning without getting cut down. Enterprise blowing a lot of utility early on, but while they've gained ground, Savage are staying a little bit further back. You see, we've got a fair amount of flashes left from Savage. A couple of HE grenades from Enterprise. They spot out the Savage positioning. They should be able to do some pretty serious damage there. Bomb drops in the approach to Monster as Eli is out of there. Savage collapsing the flank of the Enterprise formation. As Matties comes in, takes Desmond down, and into the corner for Twist as well. The B-side belongs to them. Pleasant gonna disagree ever so politely. It's 3v2, Pleasant barely alive. Draken on full health though, finds the shot! This time there is no hesitation, and Mangus is gone as well. Savage surge ahead, one more round to go, and they hold on to a good chunk of their equipment coming into this round. With all this back and forth, of course, we're gonna hit the loss bonuses pretty hard. Enterprise will have to make do with what they can put together, which is not going to include a full suite of AKs. Matt is doing such a good job here of this entry. And that's the problem, of course, as well. With a coordinated team, you learn to trust your teammates, and when they get cut down, you're just not used to covering your flank in that kind of way. Enterprise, they may be down equipment, but they are up in fire. They're going to be operating as a very tight unit. Pleasant being pushed up here to get the sight across, of course. Oh, nice hit through onto Eli. Drops down for a second. No, it's Desmond who grabs it. Ilse does come in. Enterprise full committing in. But Savage are just that much better. The half belongs to them. 9-6. While we get ready for the second half, we will again encourage you to take this opportunity to check out our partner Pinnacle, tb.gg/winter, to go to the specific site for this competition. For over 18s only, please do bet responsibly, and only with money you can afford to lose. Extrify as well. Supporting this competition, the peripheral manufacturer from Sweden, with some fantastic mouse, keyboards, headsets, customizable mice and more. Winter 10, your discount code over there. Again, by doing so, if you're in the market for peripherals, you'll be supporting future competitions as well. And of course, last but definitely not least, our stream cards. Check them out and play while you watch. Q-Half, Twist, and Desmond starting it off strong. Eli continues to be a monster. As Matties wins out the fight with Mangus. Savage, their initial success turned back on the head. Mangus with a second. Now it's down to Grux to try and salvage it. Can't get the bomb back, I suspect. Closes the door and gets run over by Blitz. Strong start here for Enterprise, and a very needed pistol round. For Savage's side, we can at least say that they are keeping very close together. Miltsy, only player from Enterprise who's really staying outside of that idea for them. Only 4 kills so far. Definitely need to see more from them if Enterprise are going to take this first map. Both teams coming in 1-on-1. What's on the line for them is that if you go 2-on-1, then tomorrow you'll be fighting for a place in the main Swiss. The next stage up, starting next week. Savage just with the pistols and a couple of deagles. Anticipating, I guess, that Enterprise will be going for some shorter range firepower. It does allow them to get up A long. But they'll be running into Eli, who makes them E-dead. Savage creeping up, and they do take out Miltsy. The A site is a real possibility. Dragon doing some nice basic pistol work. Desmond almost managed to get the kill through. I believe, yes, Dragon has grabbed hold of the MP7. It looks like the A site will still be pushed onto, which means we do have a flanking member of Enterprise who's waiting for the transfer from Savage, a transfer that may never come. There you go, it's Blitz down there, just watching and waiting. But it does seem like the limited utility is going to be burnt on the A site. Magus is waiting. Mattis there to back them up. Savage charging in. Mattis is too strong. Mangus drops. Still two on the site, and Blitz comes through. They've been patient. They've waited all this time. Mattis actually takes a fair amount of damage. Switch to the Deagle. And Mattis with the triple brings Enterprise back into line. Very nicely done. Our odds are starting to diminish. Again, these are series odds. And bear in mind, coming into this one, for any of our friends who are not familiar with our teams, that we don't have a great map situation for for Enterprise, coming in Asuba from our previous series. There are a lot of maps where Enterprise do not do overly well. Still though, Enterprise starting to see more than gain here. Eli losing a little bit of half speed, but less than losing a whole lot more. Eli grabs another. Enterprise, they look set to draw us even 9 apiece. Rux does grab one. Is Eli barely alive? It's 3.5 against 4. Nice play from Mangus, but Crux is in there with the punish. Just one more member left on the site, so Crux can make the plant. They've even got backup from Desmond as well. Enterprise coming in at speed. Looks like they're coming up the A long approach, might catch Crux off guard. They're not looking down there right now, and they'll pay the price for their inattention. Desmond does find one, but I surely can't get any more. They've got the AK going up against Mattis, who is on 100% health. Eli is gone. The bomb is picking away. Mattis does have the defuse kit, but Savage gets it. What a clutch from Desmond. Dang, I was certain that one belonged to Enterprise. Hey, this is what the Swiss system is supposed to do. So in the regional Swiss and the main Swiss as well, you will be playing against teams with similar records. So it doesn't mean so much in the first round, but beyond that, in the third round, like we are here, our teams come in with the same 1-1 record. Desmond, though, just devastating. Now Enterprise are down to just the scout. They're in a little bit of trouble. Savage are going to be doing much the same. Of course, they've got their AKs to lean on. Good bit of utility onto the site, takes Blitz out entirely. Nice. You do not see many teams going for the double HE grenade toss. You got to be very confident in where you're throwing it. Mattis is dropped down. Mangus as well. This is looking like Savage have got this one definitively. It all started with some beautiful utility play. Of course, Enterprise, they probably came into this round with relatively low expectations as well. At least they've got the one kill onto Twist. They will escape out clean from the site. Might be able to set themselves up to look for some exit frags, but it's going to be a pretty big ask. Lesson is out there to try and check for any shenanigans. In fact, Savage are going off the site pretty early. Maybe they actually want to chase Enterprise down as well, because Enterprise, their economy is not looking good. Will be no finding though. Savage moving up to 11. Enterprise, they've given us the idea they can come back over and over again. But that is the problem. You just need to be that 1% better. Thanks again to our name partners, Pinnacle. You can check out the odds, tb.gg/winter, the code winter22 for over 18s. Please bet responsibly. I think that's one of the kind of notions that's really hard to pass when you look at these teams, to understand is you don't need to, when you have a relatively close match like this, being just a tiny bit better than the opposing team can be all the difference. And while, there are different measures, different forms on different days, for the teams that can disagree with their previous form, Twist actually getting cut down there. It's a little bit of a surprise. Lesson able to get a couple. No, just the one before they drop. Eli and Milsey unable to salvage any of the equipment, though they've done a lot more damage to Savage than they wouldn't have expected. Eli waiting, almost gets a shot off, drop down. Rocks looking to chase them down, and they will. Draken, you can see fire in their belly. Savage building up that head of steam. They can see the end is in sight here on Overpass. I'm sure the Enterprise have been way too close for comfort for quite some time. That is currently up there with 15, matching the strongest performers on Savage, but the rest of Enterprise do need to continue to do as much as they can. Or this will be the last run here on Overpass. $84,000, the prize pool for this event. And that's all it takes to get these players to give us their absolute best. Anyone who makes it through the regional Swiss gets $2,000 straight up. That's why these teams are fighting it so hard. But of course, the possibility for so much more. Even trade early on, even equipment. Across the board, no orcs in play. Twist, gonna be going face to face. Like positioning there. Spots out their target, but no, it's two again. The buddy system working out for Enterprise. Desmond backing off. Finds the first. The second could be forthcoming. Rocks is coming in to help out. Mangus, still with enough firepower, grabs both of them. And with that, Savage's hopes and dreams evaporate like so much smoke. Draken is going to try and get out alive if they can. Mangus, very impressive stuff. Looks for number 3. Draken, surely you can't keep fighting this. Down to 22 HP. Mangus, all they need to do at this point is go back and let their other teammates continue on this fight. Draken, though, backing off finally. Even all the fire in the belly in the world won't get you through a round 1 versus 3 under these circumstances. The backs off. Enterprise get the round and keep their hope alive. Eli, Mangus, and Mattis, 14 or 15 kills apiece. As said, for Enterprise, the big missing piece is getting those other members up to that kind of level. Savage still way ahead, and with enough to be able to buy up for this round. Draken back on sniping duty. Eli will find Desmond from the back. Lesson will be following up, and it's 2 in for Enterprise immediately. Eli is put down, but Savage are in trouble. They're going to have to send one member back for the bomb. You can see the Crux fishing around for something to give a little bit of extra information about the B site, maybe even a kill to soften up the approach. Grenade in, it's completely blind, hits nobody. Smoke onto Monster. At least Savage know that at least one member is on B. As Enterprise are actually creeping along the far left-hand side of the map. I thought they might be going for some kind of deep flank, but they decide to fall back instead. Monster Smoke is gone. Followed up by a nice HE grenade. Bless them, trying to creep their way up here. They do spot their target, but they are now in no contest as well. Nice molly onto the back to drive them out of cover. Now it's down to Blitz to hold onto the side. The rest of Enterprise are coming. Moments ticking away. If Savage don't make the play right now, they're going to get caught by the flank. Draken gets one. Now has to 1v2. Going to go for the plant. They think they'll get it off just in time, but they won't be able to get themselves back into position. Enterprise with the immediate defuse. Up now 10-12. Nicely done. And it gives us something to think about coming to the end here as Magus takes their time making the defuse, getting themselves a little additional timeout. Enterprise. Despite everything that's happened, we pretty much ended up in the same pattern from the beginning of the game, with trading 3 rounds back and forward. We've had a few hiccups along the way, but with the natural rhythm of a CSGO game, this still means Savage are in the advantage because they started with their wins first. Once Enterprise peak and Savage catch up with them, we'll expect Savage to turn the game back around and end up on probably 15 to Enterprise's 12 or 13. Masses with some good defensive work, getting it boosted up and over. Oh no, maybe not being boosted up and over, just hopping up and over. Savage not getting a single kill back. And Blitz makes it look easy. Enterprise with the clean round win, up to 11. And feeling pretty good about themselves. Notice again, this hasn't affected our Pinnacle odds too much. I think that's because we've kind of slid into a rhythm here that seems like it's going to end with Savage winning. Even if we're seeing a lot of good rounds from Enterprise, they haven't found that big burst of rounds they need to push them over the edge. And yes, do bear in mind, as we pointed out by some helpful people in the chat, that the Pinnacle odds are for the series overall, where Savage are definitely favoured. Even if this goes against them here, we would still expect the consistency of Savage to pay off eventually. There's Savage coming in with the entry frag. Now they're up against 2. Matthews is dropping as well. Mangus! The Mangus! Come through huge! And they grab themselves the triple Mangus. We are not worthy to stand in your presence. They get the ace. That is a play. Enterprise up 12 apiece. The Mangus decrees, and so it happens. Let's watch that over again. Oh my gosh. Mangus is just ridiculous. We're only getting to see this side of them occasionally, but when they go into their avatar state, then everybody dies. Savage now back down to their pistols. Everyone lives in the shadow of the Mangus. And Enterprise gotta be feeling pretty comfortable now with the double AWP setup. They are laden with cash, exactly where they want to be. Two kills without reply. Well, I'll say that. A little bit of damage back to Matties and Blitz, but nothing too serious. Eli with another, and Savage are finding absolutely nothing. Scratch that. One Eli. Oh, and that's gone as well. My apologies. Oof, if Melty hadn't been covering there, that could have been a third. So Enterprise into the lead. The question remains, as Enterprise are on their strongest run with 5 rounds in a row, is can they stick the landing? Each time Enterprise have gotten their big streak going, it has ended. Normally it's been before this point. So I remain to be persuaded. Savage now fighting from behind, a little light on utility. They've got their guns, but their options less than they would like. We're leaving the bomb behind us. Grux is up there on front, looking for any boosted Enterprise players to poke their heads above the parapet. Blitz, nice fire through the smoke, managing to chew on Twist's ankle. Savage are coming in, HE grenade still available for Enterprise. As one kill opens up, blind firing in is Pleasant, and they get it. One more coming in, and no, Savage are onto the point. The Eli is gone as well. Milty, last one standing. They're going to hold on to their orb, I think, and just get out or dodge. Enterprise's streak seems like it is over. They have got money in the bank, though. This is a longer streak than Enterprise ever got before, so maybe the pattern will not hold. Enterprise have got just as much chance. Well, I say just as much chance. I got to the bottom of the scoreboard and see Mattis is down at 500. So something will have to give for Enterprise. But they've got a chance of keeping hold as long as this next round doesn't go similarly to this one. Big win to Savage, all thanks to the Pleasant 3K. Savage now just need that one last streak to take them over the finish line here in Game 1 of Series 2. Inferno awaits. Bear in mind, we are on Enterprise's map pick right now. Both teams an exchange utility, nothing being found. Masses gonna poke the head above the parapet, find nothing. This time Grux isn't there to punish them for attempting to get a little bit of extra intel. Of course, what you can't see is just as good information as what you can. Though always a little bit more of an incomplete picture. Smoke out onto Monster, Melty, but we kept from peeking through and seeing what Savage are doing, which we can see is stacking up, but they're not going to go in for the Monster approach. You can see immediately Enterprise throwing an HE grenade on the alternate entrance. They're ready for a big push. It's worked pretty well for Savage before to just throw everything into confusion. Lovely grenade work. Melty taking down to minimum. This will signal the start of play as it's reversed back through Monster again for Savage. We have got Blitz waiting. You can see the adrenaline pumping through them by the movement. Enterprise, contact is made. Mattis gets one, but they're being torn to pieces. Eli, got to save, gets one, but no more. No mangas they are. And that means that Savage, they've got themselves the beginning of the streak. We're coming perhaps close to the end of Game 1. We expect Savage to make at least a 3-round hit through here, which will put them in position to win the map. Enterprise with just a single M4 shouldn't have too much to say about this, but I don't mind at all seeing Enterprise moving out pretty aggressively, fishing for a kill and a resupply. Boosted up Miltsy. Nicely played. That's what we like to see. You've got one gun, but you make the most of it. Blitz did get taken in trade, but every kill that Enterprise gets here is a softer round for them coming up. A hit to the economy of Savage. As Twist scouting the squad, her teammates are coming. Jumping through the corner. And another kill in. Savage down to 2. Enterprise. Looking pretty impressive. We do have Savage onto the site, but Enterprise are ready and waiting. One down. Miltsy with a trade. Rux gets a second. Looking for the last one. Miltsy will have to deal with a grenade to the face. 3 kills so far. Taking out the plant. Miltsy steps forward and Miltsy does it! 4 kills and Enterprise are still alive. It was the Mangus with the 5k before. I do apologize. Should definitely not detract from that achievement. And Miltsy with the 4. It's the individual Enterprise members stepping up and providing the space that they need to get back in. Let's watch that over again. That was such an ending. Crux did so incredibly well, but they could not stand at the final hurdle. The Life Mangus and Matty's up around the 20s. Miltsy starting to catch up as well. Miltsy, as noted before, the sub on the team with Blitz joining the main roster. Pretty recent addition, but still doing pretty darn well. Of course, Savage, you can see again how close their kills were to each other. They're definitely functioning as a well-oiled machine. Enterprise have put a spoke in the wheel with that last round, but Savage, they still got the equipment to put this one to bed. Enterprise, good utility across all but one of their members, could still throw out another shocking win and maybe steal out the map from under Savage. Savage getting a little chewed out on Draken as Plesson moves up the far flank. They will run into Blitz in just a second. Big utility being thrown out onto A though might throw this all into confusion. Plesson hopping up high and dropping down low. Nice move from them. Means they win out that trade. A little bit of surprise for Eli as Enterprise going to get full aggress onto the site. They're forced to the back and they're being kept pinned down by Savage. The plant has been made, so this is where the series, this map at least of the series, will turn. Enterprise going to evacuate out onto B. This is not going to be the round where they commit in their full resources. They are holding on to AK, holding on to an AWP and 2 M4s. Heading into what could be, or will be, if Savage have their way, the decisive round. Terrorists win. Enterprise ranked 50th, the Slovakian squad, showing up pretty well against ranked 38th Savage. Of course, those ranks get harder to climb the higher you go. You see Savage are very well favored. One more round takes us to Inferno, if Savage can do it, or indeed to overtime. Enterprise get the first hit onto Plesson. No more shenanigans on A-Long. Savage a little rattled by the early exchange, as overtime suddenly seeming a lot more of a realistic possibility. Of course, there is a little bit of a problem when you have such a coordinated team, as again, another issue is when you lose a member unexpectedly, having to recombine your strategy and try and cover the places your teammate would normally be. Enterprise out pretty aggressively on the defense. Miltsy is waiting. Draken not quite able to spot anybody out as Savage run down the clock a little bit. I think they're hoping for a pick to make their attempt on sight that much easier. Grux just on the other side of the wall from the Mangus. The only player in the game to have hit the 5k. Got some Mangus. Hasn't been able to perform quite, not as consistently perhaps as their teammates, but when called upon, when unleashed, they are there. That is Amangus get the kill through. Grux. Amangus now with one of their own. Caught from the side, but no. Mangus is just too strong. Draken is dropped. We are going to overtime. The defense is too good. Mangus with the double. And Savage, I think, really rocked by losing that early member. Were never able to pull it back together. Oh boy, Enterprise definitely shined for a lot more than we would have expected. And gosh, we are really far behind schedule right now, so apologies. I think we're going to have to start apologizing to the next match viewers who will be coming in not that far away from us. We're already in game 1 of our second series here today. Savage gets the first and second. The blitz is certainly feeling pretty feisty, but feeling a little bit, maybe that feistiness was the fire underneath their feet. Savage, they've got the path to B wide open for them, they just don't realize it yet. Enterprise stacking up on A. Lovely molly work from Savage so far. That will help keep the Enterprise members there as Savage creep onto that site. Without any resistance at all, the flash coming out means Enterprise are going to realize they've been bamboozled. You can definitely see the Savage don't know exactly what Enterprise are going to be trying to retake from. Good grenade takes Pleasant down to 22. This round surely belongs to Savage. 3 Enterprise members left up in play, of course, with our overtime money. You can play a little bit more free and easy than you would otherwise. Life is gone. Miltsy gonna try their darndest. Time is running out though. Draken on the outside, making sure no shenanigans happen. And Savage will take the first overtime round. I know in our last game we had to do some work. We had to be new to CSGO. And with overtime being a little less common than any other kind of time in CSGO, just a quick primer. Basically, you need 4 rounds to win. And we'll split this across 2 halves of 3. If that is ending up with a 3 and 3 half, we start over again. As in overtime, we will again like to thank our main partner, Pinnacle. Do go check them out if you're over 18 and agree to bet responsibly. teb.gg/winter with the code winter22. Savage hoping to give the Winter of Enterprises discontent. Pleasant opening up. We've definitely seen some pretty fancy maneuvers from Pleasant so far. Hopefully we'll get to see a whole lot more. Twist waiting. Is going to get spotted by this boost, I think. There we go, Mattis does it. There are 3 members on the B site, and that seems to be where Savage are heading, even after losing out to that boost. I think, reasonably speaking, he would expect a change of venue. The Blitz firing in actually does some good damage to Grux. There is a little bit of utility left for Savage, and they are coming through anyway! Enterprise coming out the better, getting the couple of kills. Savage losing control of the bomb means they have no choice but to press further forward. That's it in Pleasant. Enterprise draw even. And the possibility of a second overtime looms over our head. Oh no, our scheduling. It's gonna be a big old mess. But our teams so far today refuse to go down without a fight, and sometimes without several fights, even in the same game. Enterprise keeping pace. This will be the last round of this particular half before we switch our folks around. 1 apiece so far. The CT side, as kind of expected, has been the most successful for both teams in their respective halves. Eli getting spotted out there, but driven away by the fire. Twist is there to receive them. Nice combo play from Savage. Was maybe expecting a little bit more. That's 1 apiece. I'm always a big fan of seeing, with these established teams, seeing that kind of set play where you really create a situation where you can basically take away all of the good options from the opposition. A 2-2 split for Enterprise. Keeps their defenses strong on both sides. Keep your eyes out for Twist. Number 2, carrying the bomb right now, but very close to dead. Savage gonna creep up mid, looking for that A approach. We have got a sneaky Pleasant on the flank as the flashes... No, sorry, the smokes come into the back of sight, but Enterprise in at the front. Pleasant is coming in. Nice play to lead the way. Hops, skips, and jumps into success. Pleasant up and around, finds the flank on the members. Enterprise now down to Blitz. Does have the shot from long range. The plant is good, and Savage, they keep up their momentum in the second half of overtime. They're already doing better here in overtime on their T half than they did in the actual game itself. And there we go. Savage with the 2 rounds means they need just 2 more to claim this map for themselves. An incredibly hard fought match. All credit to Enterprise. They are hanging tight here. They're continuing to perform against what everyone expected to be a much stronger opposition. Fortunately for Enterprise and for Savage, they are both on 1-1. So what we're seeing from Enterprise here, even if they don't win out the series, they can still come back and potentially even face Savage again later on. You'd have to make it through to the main Swiss to allow that to happen. As Enterprise come out full of steam, a good amount of mollies being thrown around the place, but no kills, or at least no damage being done. Eli. Mangus. We know what power is contained within that player. Just needs to be set up for success. Enterprise creeping up. Rux is in control of the flank, but Draken is gone. The A site is vulnerable. Savage going to be coming in to try and make the defense. That is taking it down. Grux. It's looking like Enterprise is going to draw even again. Second overtime is on the cards. Savage. I don't know how they're going to pull this off if they can. Flames will keep them out of trouble for now. As the Mangus strikes. And again, voracious. Mangus's appetite for blood cannot be satiated. The Pleasant puts them down for now. Pleasant cannot stand. Enterprise draw even. As it's looking like our first couple of halves. Not a great predictor for how overtime works. I guess that's the thing. We don't have so much of a concern with economy. We are now going to be in a bit of an awkward position. We've got one last chance to see a team backwards for a minute. A player to fear. So one last chance for either of these teams. They need to win 2 rounds now, and they win the map. If it's traded, we start all over again. Savage picking up the first kill onto Eli. Mangus patiently waiting. Gets a couple of chances at the shot, but doesn't land it. Savage going out pretty aggressively. Grux is gonna be lurking, and Draken moving in as well. Enterprise need to be careful here. They don't actually get cut off from the bomb. Grux up the stairs. Fires a little too early. Miltsy gets away with murder. And that will mean Enterprise, they're going to get to go onto the site. And comfortably so, picking up another kill while doing so. But they don't have the bomb. And Dezen is in position to catch them for it. Enterprise realizing this, moving back to make sure that they don't end up losing Mangus and losing control of the bomb, which will allow for Savage back onto the site, but no Enterprise. They get the kill. They've got the path. They will almost certainly move into the lead. And what a shocker. Enterprise get it. One more round away, and they take the first map, which nobody expected. Dezen, last one standing. Gonna be able to hide themselves away for a little bit longer. Enterprise though. What an amazing showing from them. Matty's coming through big in that last round with the 3K. Enterprise. They find Dezen but don't quite have enough time. Oh my gosh. So, either another overtime or the end here, and we head on to Inferno. This definitely has the feeling of a 3-game series. But buckle in. This is gonna be quite a wild ride. Enterprise gonna make use of that timeout. Well, they've gotten 3 in a row. This is far from a done deal. While we're waiting, of course, please do check out the stream cards to get your final predictions on this round in with our new single player mode as well. Means you can play even if you don't want to wait to get matched against other people watching the stream, which is honestly not bad if you're trying to train up and get to the position where you actually want to play against other people. Enterprise, I'm going to take all the time they need to make sure that they are exactly where they want to be strategically, emotionally. So much to gain. And with the possibility... Oh, wait, what? Oh, this timeout may not have been a strategic one. As we are actually having a disconnected member. That's not at all what we would like to see. I'll see if I can find any updates about what's going on there, because this could change quite a lot. Alright, no updates on details as yet. I suppose it is a little early to be expecting that kind of thing. Whew. To have a member disconnecting at this point? Apparently there is an internet problem for that missing Enterprise player. I believe the player in question coming back and joining. I think they'll be wanting to make completely certain that they're absolutely ready to go once again. Alright, I think we are back underway again. We have got the buys coming in. So, I think that was just, the round draw was just a restarting of the round, I believe, by server command. You can hear the chats coming through as I believe our players will be getting ready to kick things up again. Blitz. I wonder if those internet problems might affect this final round. Hopefully not for our Enterprise friends. Otherwise, that does mean we go to a second overtime. We start this whole shebang over again with a new set of 6 rounds where none of the previous results matter. Our teams do need to be ready for that possibility because it's definitely not off the table. We've got Pleasant up to 29 kills. Matty's on 30. We have got heavy hitters for you, gentle viewers. We never know exactly how a round's going to play. The shots ring out. Barely even daring to draw a breath. Both teams know how important the opening kill is going to be. Draken takes that shot, misses it. Mangus is gone. Mattis does get one back, though taking some damage in the exchange. Pleasant is waiting. Emperor of A Long. The smoke comes through. The banners are called. Just to find out if Pleasant is able to answer. They are not. Enterprise a few steps away. Nice grenade work. Blitz and Mattis get 2 back for Enterprise. Savage, it's just twist now. Enterprise so close to an ending map. Risk gets 1. Are you prepared to see a miracle? Savage need it. Enterprise. Chris gets another and another. No way. Eli saves the map for Enterprise.
glad that the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. If I quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business is humongous, you would think that happens in there. Damn man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Looking for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have him yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best and I told them I know. Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah, they saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Facts, lot of haters. Tell me where they at, though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap, though. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Woo! Everybody wanna do the same thing, yo. That's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing, and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah. I'm going mainstream. Damn. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. So I'm going mainstream.
burning inside your chest has vanished into thin air, never to be seen again. 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 Lick my lips as you walk away. There's nothing left except an empty space. Disappear without a trace. Your memory leaves a dead entities. Ooh, you're dead to me. You're dead to me. Ooh, you're dead to me. You're dead to me. You're dead to me. You're dead to me. You're dead to You're dead to me. You're dead
two, we head into the second stage between Enterprise and Savage. Enterprise with a shocking Game 1 victory. Notice that the odds still favor Savage. That's because Enterprise have not performed well on Inferno before. We'll, of course, have a live put to those words straight away. It's Mattis, who was the absolute monster of that last game, of course, along with Mangus. Brutal early pistol round, jeez. Blitz hitting a couple in there. So, you know, looking at statistics coming in, I don't think anyone would really expect that there will be any chance of this series being a 2-0. There probably will be a point in this game if Enterprise do well, and they're doing well right now, that will begin to change, though. So, though, Savage with the plump, they got what they wanted economically, and so they'll be able to keep on trucking. I suppose the big difference here coming in is that we've got Milsey coming in to cover for one of the normal players on the Enterprise side of things, Neo. So just bringing up the bottom end of your team might well be a way to make a difference. Savage, they've used the plant money to be able to buy themselves up a whole host of Galils. Nearly everybody coming into this round armed as close as they can get to the teeth. Savage moving as a shoal. Actually, wait a second, we've got to split off. It's up on top, knocks Pleasant. Enterprise could have a decent chance here round the corner. Natis gets two before being dropped, and Enterprise, why, they are off to the races. Blitz with 5 kills so far, Milsey with 2, and Mattis with 3. Dezen has been performing pretty darn well over on the Savage side, but everybody else notable by their absence. Hopefully they'll pick things up as the game goes on. Enterprise got themselves 3 SMGs to harvest as much as possible out of this round, while Savage are spending out only on the Deagles. No armor. It's going to make Grux get into a little bit of peril. Twist as well, taking some heavy early damage. Blitz thinking about that boost for just a second. Enterprise getting pretty aggressive. Mangus finds one. And a second in there for Enterprise while Mangus drops. Nice SMG pickup at the tail end means it's Draken, last one standing. What's that target? Does most of the damage, and Milsey holds their nerve and grabs even more money in the bank. Enterprise, they've got what it needs to start getting some real equipment in. Milsey with the AWP in. We've got to see ourselves a couple of SMGs being held on to as they are switched between members. Looks like the biggest guns are going to the biggest performers on Enterprise, so definitely the time to make the most out of this. Savage, they've got the AK, it's a little light on utility, but otherwise pretty good. Nice catch for Blitz from the side. Dezen a little too late to punish. Apartments on the Enterprise control. Savage are coming in. Twist gets one. They don't walk into a grenade. Gonna take the short approach. Mangus lands a grenade right onto the back. Some good damage done. Those of you who weren't here for the previous game, you did see Mangus getting the 5k. Something of a quiet player until the stars align, and then Elfar rains down. Mattis, the only defender on the B site, will be probed By Pleasant coming up for just a second, seeing if there's any kind of reaction to them moving around. There isn't any so far. Enterprise still have control over their own spawn to be able to move members back off of A towards B if they need to. We have got a lurker left behind though from Savage. Let's be a little bit careful. That's Traken waiting there. Eli almost goes around the corner, but no. Traken is getting left by themselves. Mattis has to sell their life dearly. Get one, but only one before they're dropped. And now Enterprise, they go for the retake with two. Eli hits the blind shot. Mangus with another. Traken is left off-site wondering what the heck just happened. They'll have to make do with what they brought into this round because they are leaving with $0. That's 4 in a row, and Savage are all kinds of shook. Messi and Blitz, 5 and 7, certainly carrying the load for the squad. Dezen stuck at 4 for a while the rest of the Savage team have been picking up a few. Draken gonna be on hero AK duty for Savage as they try and find their feet. This is a very different Enterprise team than we've seen in their records. Apparently all it took was the switch around of, I'd say arguably a couple of players with the recent additions to the squad. Blitz joining very recently, and Miltsy. See what happens, I suppose. I thought you know that Blitz was Orgless before this. Miltsy, I believe, as well. Wherever the hiring manager for Enterprises, they're doing a good job. A trade of 1 is not bad at all for Savage. We will have Mattis here on the defense. Certainly a player you trust to function on their own. The Savage stack themselves up. Utility coming out. Enterprise is going to signal they're moving back to site. Mangus is on their way. They may be too late. Matty's not expected there! Gets 2 before they drop. Enterprise now going to have to face a much more armed Draken and Grux than they would have maybe otherwise had to face down. A boost up. Grux gets chunked. Grux is the last one standing. Miltsy waiting on the other side of that smoke. We're actually going to move up and try and drive Grux off of site itself. Grux is definitely ready for this though. Got coverage on both approaches. Finds Miltsy. But doesn't manage to finish off the job. Mangus comes through. This time it's not by kills. It's just by being the last player standing and also having a defuse kit. Actually able to salvage the orb at the end there. Nicely done. That's 5 in a row. I think our odds, say the odds still aren't shifting significantly, but this has been a hell of a start for Enterprise. The question remains, how long can they keep up this pace of play? Of course, coming into any given series, any given game, we have got that strategy as a team. Are we going to go full bore in game 2 and try and make it a 2-0? Or are we going to try and meter out our play and play for a full 3-game series? Certainly seems like Enterprise have gone for the former rather than the latter. The big question then becomes is how deep are the energy wells the Enterprise are going to call upon to fuel their play? They start to falter towards the end if they've expended all their energy getting it through game 2 and Savage still recover, then game 3 will be a formality. Enterprise, nice utility to keep Savage from moving too much further forward while it's being exchanged. Do you see Enterprise putting a little bit more into their B defense where they had previously? Dezen going up through apartments where they will run across. Let's see, Mangus is I think below. Milsey is gone. The A site approach is good. Nice molly onto the back of Slight Savage. Being a little trimmed on the way in, but nobody's down. Desmond does drop. Magus eliminated. Reinforcements are arriving from Enterprise. Savage are low, but they're getting the kills, and it's now just down to Blitz. 5 rounds in a row to start off the half. I think Blitz gonna concede this particular round, back off, and ready for the Savage retaliation in the rounds to come. All 4 remaining members of Savage with a kill apiece across the board. That doesn't raise though. Well, Enterprise managed to accomplish in the early part of this, which is to put some serious doubt in mind that this would be the one-sided map that we expected. Good hit to start things off from Blitz. Enterprise with just the 1 rifle in the round, being well deployed to get that first kill. Lesson will be pushing forward through the smoke. Doesn't see anything on the other side. We'll have to face down Blitz and Mattis, who's going to be scouting out. Actually gets the kill onto Pleasant. What in the world? If Mattis can get down there and secure the rifle, that'll be even bigger, but Savage are all over it. They're going to keep on pressing. They don't want to give Enterprise any way back in. Mattis actually moving away to A site. Enterprise definitely not anticipating that Savage would fully commit to B after losing 2 members here. They're not. Enterprise isn't putting out any feelers though to gain any additional information, which is going to cost them, I think. Blitz feeling the heat. They're keeping their cool for now. Mattis is on the way back. Enterprise coming up through the back of Banana. Blitz gets nobody. That's the rifle gone with no exchange. This will allow Enterprise to scoop up the AWP on the way in, and I think another rifle as well. So they're not done in this round. Yes, that's the M4 coming in for Enterprise. It's 4v3. Mattis coming in from CT. But Crux locks Eli down. Still 2 guns in play for Enterprise. Milsey demonstrating the fact as Mattis is coming around the back of the site. Savage, though, they've got so many different angles already covered. And Dezon is just that little bit quicker on the draw. Gets the second. Crux does get drops, and Mattis has a rifle. And another. Dezon able to escape out as Savage get their second on the board, but that was heck of a close. I'm sure Savage would have loved much more to be able to put a definitive round out, but ultimately, a pretty solid showing from Enterprise. Savage double their rounds on the board is certainly worth something. Crux and Dezon doing a lot of work to keep this Savage ship afloat. Mattis with an ultra strong defense. Savage are in real trouble. They're still going to push forward, it looks like. No. Falling back instead. Enterprise may not read this one coming. The Lurker being left behind. and make sure that Enterprise will not be able to follow through Banana. Mangus awaits on the A site. 1 minute left to play, or a little less than that. Miltsy. Holding with the AWP. They're probably expecting this, but Miltsy doesn't care. Locks down another. As Mattis says, nope, this is my site. Down to 12 HP. Draken's going to chance it. Got a little bit of utility to work with. Enterprise, they're going to have realized sooner or later what's going on. Some decent money in the bank for Savage. Mattis, though, 3 kills so far. Draken, will he be number 4? They will! Mattis, with a ridiculous level of defense, makes sure that Savage's win streak is short-lived indeed. Mattis definitely the player of the series so far. 14 kills. I mean, they came in as the top performer, but not by this kind of margin. This is definitely a take-home game for Mattis to show off to other folks who might say, hey, are you good at CSGO? This game will speak for itself. Savage still with the money and firearms. Well, minus the money part. Spending down to just minimum remaining. Savage do not have much of a utility at all. Mattis only kicks 1 this time. Blitz firing blind drops as well. The rest of Enterprise are off site with only 1 casualty being done. I don't think Enterprise get back in here at all. They've got Miltsy with the AWP to protect. And yes, they fall it back instead. Trading rounds back and forth. Alright, Savage going up to 3-6 is certainly a lot more impressive than 0-5. They won't need to go all the way out of Banana to escape. Throwing down the molly. I think Eli's going to try and fish for something. They've got the SMG. Flashing and going in. Mangus gets the kill onto Twist. And a little bit of cheekiness at the end from Enterprise. Rarely does that opportunity present itself, but Enterprise spotted it and at least got themselves a little bit of extra cash to splash. For Savage, they've done what they need to get the money in the bank. Draken, the only one going to hold on to a significant amount coming out of this. But if they can win here against a weakened Enterprise squad, then the possibilities are endless. Heavy molly usage from both teams on Banana, as Savage look like they're set up for an A push. Mattis grabs the first one. Pleasant over on the flank looking for trouble. Utility immediately floods out into the A site, which means that Pleasant should be on their way here soon. Mostly gets one, but plucked out of the sky. Eli is up on top. Oh, apologies, Mangus. And Mangus is spotted out and deleted. 3-on-3. Enterprise are on to the site. Good flash. Eli is somehow still alive. But they're the only one. They get 1 kill back. Twist is almost gone. 1 shot from deleted. AK, the correct tool for the job. Twist is gone. Draken is coming in through apartments. Is Eli going to realize this is the case, though? They do not have good sight on apartments at all. They turn their back to it, in fact. Time is running out. They've got to go for the defuse or concede the point. They get the kill, but they've got to get out of there as well. They get blown up on the outside, and Savage move to 4-6, even if it costs them absolutely everything to get there. Oof, fascinating round, and it does seem like Savage are picking up steam. 5 of the past 5 rounds, 4 of them have belonged to Savage to get us to this point. Let's have a look again at how that all played out. Eli did a really good job of almost 1v3, and nice spot out there. But unfortunately, even with getting the 3 kills at the tail end, it wasn't quite swift enough. Enterprise just with the hand cannons, doing some decent work onto Draken. We'll expect this to be Savage's round. Let's say creep onto the site. Blitz is there. We get walked past, which is a little unfortunate for them. Finds one, almost a second as well. A solid pickup, and Enterprise are up for a scrap. Draken, remember, on almost no health. They're going to hold from the back of sight. Druck's the front guard as the Enterprise try and fish for a shot. Nice molly to force there to be no put through. Druck gets the kill against Eli. They are all very low. Nice shooting through the window. As a Mangus there. Going to try John Woo style as Savage leaves the site. Mattis actually, I don't know if they've... The rare misses there for Mattis. Just wasn't maybe expecting Savage coming through. It did cost Savage a lot of resources to get there, but they are almost caught up. The buys coming in from both sides. Enterprise definitely do need to be starting to get some rounds on the board. Savage has suddenly mounted a pretty impressive comeback. It might be the Enterprise style, works for a while, but Blitz gets hits. Of course, here on Inferno, we don't need to worry about the map being CT or T-sided. It's all about the plays. In more recent times, Savage are the ones making them. Enterprise are bleeding Savage on these plays, but they're not getting the wins. Mangus does come through as Savage continue on their inexorable advance. So saying that, they are actually stalling out at the gates of A and thinking about making a move further. Note that Enterprise have already gotten the kill up in Banana. Savage have got only a series of unfortunate choices to choose from. Three rounds in a row for Savage. Looking to try and make it more if they can find an unlikely set of situations. Mangus is waiting. Perched on top, good sight over the other end. Numbers here for Enterprise. Live is starting to actually move away, but Savage are here. Mangus coming through, actually bringing out the knife. Mangus a little too bloodthirsty there. But either way around, Enterprise break the streak and they take all but one member's life. The AWP remains in the hands of Savage. But Enterprise, the idea of them 2-0ing is still not as ludicrous as we thought it would be coming in. To illustrate that point further, Enterprise, they've got a 33% win rate over 12 maps on Inferno. We did more than twice as successful on this map as Enterprise are, but maybe the roster changes is what Enterprise needed to bring that extra bit of flexibility. Enterprise with the equipment advantage for this round. See Draken going fishing, but not getting any bites yet. We'll see. It's going to get spotted and they get the shots baited. That means that one of the greatest weapons in the sniper's arsenal is, of course, surprise. That's no longer with Draken, so they will do the classic thing, which is, if you're spotted, change position, or you're just going to get cut down. Eli looks like they had an ambush, but it did not work out. Mangus is going to do their best to hold, to get the flames coming in, but they hold their ground. Smoke in to keep at least some health alive, but Mangus still drops down. Plant is going to be good for Savage. Numbers good to Enterprise. Breaking though. At the back of sight. Switching across the two different approaches, Enterprise can come through. There's no one up in apartments. Blessings will lead the charge and gets the kill. Lights is down, which means that Pleasant should be re-equipping. Pleasant is fairly far off sight. Mattis should be able to cover this approach of Pleasant. And they do, but they stop the defuse from happening. Mattis is gonna have to accept this is the only prize they'll get from the round. Savage. Very, very nicely done. There was always the possibility of seeing a body block there, but we have seen players tear through two opponents under those kind of circumstances as well. So it hasn't been pretty, but Savage have brought themselves back to a situation where they could conceivably go into the second half with the lead. Enterprise had to be scratching their heads a little bit as to what the hell's been going on in this game, because they've been playing way above expectation, but Savage have been finding ways to sneak wins out where no wins should be occurring. Enterprise with just Mattis on AWPing duty. Gets baited for the first shot. That means that Savage are probably going to be making their way towards B with quite some hurry, trying to avoid having to deal with Mattis at all. And there is the utility being dropped down by Savage on their way out of A. Enterprise aren't buying it though. Mattis does get left behind, but all four remaining Enterprise members are on the B site. Here comes the utility. Flooding in, first kill to Enterprise, two back for the Savage squad, and a third as well. Blitz, the last one remaining, to try and put up as much of a fight as they can, as Mattis will not be involved in this play. Likely to go to 7-7 unless something truly ridiculous happens. Unfortunately for Enterprise, it's not to be. Pleasant and Grux both picking up the double means we move to the end of the half. One more round to go, of course, before it's fully ended. A chance for either team to take the lead. Mattis, though, shows why they were avoided by Savage, who are actually flooding it onto the A site. I think they're actually going to try and take the AWP away from Enterprise. Mattis is not going to let that happen, though. Misses the shot and gets another. Licked one coming in. Oh my god! Mattis with a 4K! Enterprise, their ace is not to be trifled with. Wow, I was not expecting that. This is ice cold resolve. Mattis knew they were going to get surrounded by every side. They missed the shot here, or missed the shot before, and still keep it going. Incredible stuff. That's got to send a chill through Savage. That while they managed to bypass Mattis before, they will not get the opportunity to do so again. Savage in from the top of A. Take out Melty. Mangus is there, but spotted. Deploying utility to allow for the movements as Enterprise trying to bring the other members to bear. This is the end of half. Mangus gets one to bring us back to 3-on-3. Looking to get themselves a little bit out of their expected position. Mattis is coming. Mattis gets the kill, but goes down real low. Desmond with the high ground advantage. No plant has been made. Desmond is gone. Enterprise 3 versus 1. Blitz does it. And Enterprise sees the lead back, heading into the second half. While we get to that second half, of course, for any of our new friends joining us, please do go check out in any of our timeouts and things our partner Pinnacle, the name partner of the competition, tb.gg/winter with the code winter22. For all your betting needs, please do bet responsibly and only money which you can afford to lose. We've of course got extra fire as well, your headsets, mice, keyboards with the code winter10 for all your peripheral needs. And of course the stream cards themselves, part of our stream. Make your own predictions about every round, but good luck, because this has been quite the series to try and figure out. First blood to Enterprise. Draken from the field. Some good pistol play. Blitz, of course, who saved the previous round, still up and fighting. Desmond Twist need to recover here, or this is going to be a pretty big ask for Savage to recover in this half. Enterprise start to get off to a running start with the pistols, and it could all be over very quickly. Savage, they're not going to go for it. They're just going to back off instead, save the defuse kit and the utility they've got. Not exactly blame them. There's a lot of big names of Enterprise still up in play, and one of them is actually going to be chasing Savage back into the CT spawn. Mattis, but Mattis loses the duel against Twist. That's a pretty big shocker, but at least there's no major damage done. So, first round to Enterprise. Up 9-7. Still a massively different result we need expecting. We see over on the Savage side of things, of course, they don't have those plant bonuses anymore to boost their money up. Gonna have to just stick to Deagles for now, as they will push a lot of resources onto the B site. Some nice utility work back from them. Spending the little money they do have to try and represent a larger threat than there would be there otherwise. 3 Galils, a AK, and a Mac for Enterprise. Sure, Eli will be looking to try and harvest as much as they can. Enterprise going to make the switch across to A. A little intimidated by the amount of utility being thrown away, but as we can see, on the other side, we've got even more members. Lesson, though, with no utility of their own. We're waiting for that smoke to clear, and the other one as well, I suppose. No, more smoke. Always more smoke. Enterprise need to make a call here, because they're right now not going in for either. Maybe just waiting out the limited Savage utility. They've got about 1 or maybe 1.5 rounds of utility left in pocket to Enterprise, and maybe that's what they're going to wait for. Blitz goes in, attracts attention. Nice play from Enterprise. A convincing feint towards B. In comes Eli. They're smoked off, but I think they almost catch the target. The player's POV can be a little bit different from what we're seeing on Spectate. Crux gets the first kill. Eli the second. Draken with a good hold at the back, but Eli is cleaning up with the SMG. Pleasant holding on the site itself as a pot. It's being made right in front of Pleasant. Elive to get it in, and it's gonna be Savage taking the round. Time has run out, and Savage recover themselves. Even if it was a little messy at times, they did that with very minimal resources. Savage absolutely filling Banana with explosions. Enterprise just with a couple of rifles this round, and one of those being a Galil means we're not going to come into this with massive expectations. Enterprise actually falling back from the B site, which is a lot softer, in favor of a push onto A, where Savage are waiting for them en masse. Mangus gets chewed up as a Draken comes in to finish the fight. Mangus, last one standing. Looks like they're going to try and save their Galil as best as possible. Grux in, will spot them running and mow them down. Still anybody's game, but it's got to be a little bit of a worry to Enterprise that they've now lost 2 in a row, and I expect they're about to lose a 3rd as well. They've got Pleasant and Twist on SMG duty to try and buoy up Savage's future. Mangus and Mattis are killed without reply, and oh my gosh, a good attempt, but leads to nothing. Blitz does get one back, and I might have to eat my words a little bit. Enterprise have put some casualties in, but they haven't been able to grab the weaponry as their reward. Elive has threaded the needle and found their way onto the A site. Blitz, I don't know if they're going to be able to find their way through as well, as Elive at least provides the intel that the A site is no longer safe. Blitz really needs to get up to the B site very quickly. They will have to go through at least one member. Wait, they're not going to do that at all. Instead, it's the push through. Let's see, what are they going to get? Round the corner, Dezen gets it. Savage in the lead. 3 in a row. Certainly things are starting to pick up here for Savage as we look to our partners, Pinnacle. Do go check them out if you haven't already. If you're over 18, do agree to bet responsibly. Don't bet anything you can't afford to lose, of course. db.gg/winter, code winter22. All that good stuff. But Enterprise, this is the turn around, or at least the attempt. Elive taking a fair amount of damage in the early going. It is a traded kill though. Enterprise going to be making their push through here. This is going to be a matter so much if Mangus can win out. Jumps across. Nice use of the flash to buy the space. Pleasant smokes themselves off, but at least confirms their position. Enterprise down to 2. Dezen gets Miltsy as their last opponent. It is looking more and more like Savage have got a good hold on this second half. The CT play has been pretty friggin' good. Pleasant with 3k so far. Good molly. Should be no more smoke, but it doesn't matter. Pleasant with the 4K, cements Savage's fourth victory in the half. Vertigo is seeming more and more likely for a decider match between these two. Both teams on 1-1, looking to be getting themselves into a position with a 2-1 record to fight for a place in the main Swiss guaranteed tomorrow. 3 wins is all it takes. For one of these teams, this will be number 2. Good pistol work out of Enterprise. They actually overrun Savage. I wouldn't have credited it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Nasus will be able to get the bomb in, and for any team who doesn't respect the power of the pistol round, you gotta take your chances, because sometimes you get paid off massively. We've got 2 rifles on AWP and the round win in. Enterprise might be getting a little greedy here by actually going hunting for Savage members. Mangus, though, it's going to spot that there is a target there for the taking. They are one of the ones with barely anything invested in the round, so they're the place you can take the gamble. Twist, though, it's going to be a hard nut to crack. Mangus can hear them running away. And Mangus pays the price for their aggression. Chris gets another before being dropped. Enterprise up to 10. That's a 4-round streak broken. Enterprise managed to hold on to a decent amount of equipment, but in trying to punish Savage, they also lost a little bit of that themselves. That is so. Still head and shoulders above the rest. 24 kills. Grux the closest with 20 on the side of Savage. Nobody else even able to compare. That is on SMG duty, and Savage will pay out. Draken taking a lot of utility damage in the early going. Some good flames. Should soften up Draken for future plays. Banana being investigated by Enterprise. As Twist is there on the defense, has been doing a pretty good job of that. That is, gets chunked by the long distance grenade. As the B site is being abandoned, Mangus does go down, and Enterprise, not quite sure what's going on here from Savage. They're switching things around quite so dramatically, but now they've got to re-enter their own site. That is, it's going to go in blind. Denton gets one before dropping. Pleasant the same. This does mean Enterprise have made it to the site. The smokes will keep them safe from retaliation for a few moments longer, as Savage are coming back with a vengeance. Nice shot from Blitz. The attempt is solid. Half of that timer is gone. Savage, they've got the utility, or at least they did, to get onto site. Grux being knocked over means it's down to Draken. Blitz pops themselves out, but gets spotted and deleted. Time is running out, though. I don't know if they've quite got it. It's going to be tight. Savage get the round, and it must have been by a matter of a second. Savage are now able to start surging ahead, and that last round's got to be a pretty major disappointment to Enterprise, who seem to have the tools to get the job done. The Savage were just that little bit better, and of course, the numbers advantage certainly didn't help. That's what it sounds like when you try and say help and hurt at the same time. Savage and Enterprise at it once again. Enterprise, they've got the equipment, though light on utility. Savage, pretty much the same. Savage coming out here. You have to think this one is almost guaranteed, that third map. Nobody, and I mean nobody, with the exception of that one person who's going to say it was them, could have even reasonably entertained the possibility of a 2-0 here for Enterprise, but it's still possible. Savage have been looking real good recently. Draken being knocked down is a pretty major hole knocked in the plans of Savage. Lesson is hoping to get something back. It's reduced to firing blind. It looks like Enterprise are on their way up to B, where they're only going to be a single defender twist. The good grenade work actually sends Enterprise back out of Banana, as Mangus grabs another. This is Enterprise going into the teeth of Savage, who get to. He knows where their target is and does delete them, but it's now just down to Blitz. It's all gone to hell for Enterprise here. If they hadn't backed off with that grenade, they could have been on the point and planted right now. But their instincts led them wrong. Blitz, though, onto the site, successfully reads where Twist is, but not good enough to do any more than plant. Enterprise do at least have the weapons to get the job done here, but it's still gonna be an ask, especially if Draken opens things up with a kill onto Masses, such a best player gone immediately. Enterprise, they're still gonna keep on plugging away, but there seems to be a bit of a sense of inevitability as Draken finds another from the other side. Now that's some flexible play. Blitz is gone, and Savage with a clean round. They seem to have absolutely everything. 7 in this half for Savage, fully half of their score, and nearly all of that in 2 segments of 4 and now 3. I guess the stats for Savage were mainly reflecting their CT performance, in that Savage came into this one definitely favored on this map, but they have been a different team here in the second half. Now they've gotten onto their CT. Enterprise 2v2 with Savage. They really need to get a round back, or this one is done. Lesson's still alive. One defending on the B site, and they're gonna have Grux coming in as backup soon. Savage actually reading this as an A push rather than a B. This is gonna be... Sorry, Milsey is actually going to be going out into the site to check, confused as to where everyone is, but perhaps grateful for the chance to get the plant in at least. lesson. We'll have that confirmed information, but this is where Enterprise are going to make their penultimate stand. Misty is dropped. Blitz is almost gone entirely. That was a hell of a volley through the smoke. Now Blitz needs to get their shots in. Without any help. They get one. They will switch across. Crux faking out the defuse. And they do it! Blitz gets the shot. Enterprise are still alive. Oh my gosh. The battle continues up to 11. Savage so close to the end they can taste it, but they're not over that finish line yet. What a hero play from Blitz, and you could just see them savoring the moment where they knew they had the round won and that their entire team's responsibility put on their shoulders was finally relieved. Prize. What had looked to be the blooming of hope for them might just be the precursor to disappointment. Blitz does come through, as they did before, to open the doors. Twist is going to be tough to get past, but they manage it. Now on to sight. Eli with the AWP will be able to hold ground, but they need to actually break up for a second to make the plant. No, they're going to pass the bomb across. Molly to make sure that Eli doesn't need to look at multiple different directions. They take the first shot and miss. The second one will hit. 2v2. Savage with the advantage in the close range weaponry. Desmond's coming. They're coming at speed. And Crux gets two. One of them being their own team. Eli does it! Up now and still fighting. 12-4. I just don't know what to even think anymore. Enterprise get the first kill through. Savage have got the minimal amount of equipment around, so no great expectations for them here either. You remember again that Savage, if they lose out here, they do not get a third map and the series is done. Enterprise still threatening the totality of the series to be decided on Overpass and Inferno. As we come close to a potential end, we will again, of course, encourage you to check out our name partner Pinnacle for the Pinnacle Winter Series number 2. For our over 18s, Pinnacle provided the betting services. Please do bet responsibly and only money you can afford to lose. Enterprise still fishing for that first kill. They haven't found it yet. Overtime is certainly not off the table again for a second game running. Utilities starting to run dry from both sides, so we're going to need a commitment one way or the other from Enterprise. Savage quite happy to sit back on site. We've already got the boost up there from Savage to try and add the element of surprise to the B-side. Eli looks like they're the ones set up for the play, and Savage reading this, bring another member across and make it much more difficult. Eli's going to back into the rest of the squad, actually walking through them. You see Desmond was wondering what the hell's going on as the team falls apart underneath their feet. Draken gets back one before being dropped, and Enterprise, why they're moving into an almost even game 2. Savage, I think a little humbled by how this series has gone so far. This is vastly harder of a fight than I think they could have reasonably expected, as again we're seeing a team sort of trying to punish a team that's already losing and coming out the worst for it. I certainly wouldn't mind seeing that kind of strat being eliminated from a lot of teams' playbooks, because it's just, I think it's always a bit of an ask when the other team's gone and sort of put themselves into another site to then attempt to retake that team just for the purposes of hitting their equipment further. Enterprise get the opening kill. Desmond taking a little bit of damage as well. Gonna play this one out nice and cautious, it seems. As we've got a 2-2 split from Savage. Let's do a little bit of weapons evaluation. Lesson up there with the Famous. Potentially overcomable if Enterprise do decide to return back to that area. There's a little bit of utility being thrown out by Savage, as they're actually going to put their full forces onto A. The question is, do Enterprise buy it, or do they just go straight up banana and get a uncontested plan? It seems like Savage didn't put on a good enough show to persuade Enterprise that that's where their full strength was, and so, cautiously, Enterprise are making their way up there. They still believe there's somebody there. Blitz is... Oh no, sorry, Eli was doing a good job of throwing out some utility to suggest the A attack. Here comes Enterprise though. There's nobody here to stop them. They're probably a little surprised. But Savage, I suspect, also were hoping for something very different. The Enterprise, they're anticipating the Savage are going to come out through mid, rather than putting their forces into the CT spawn. Interesting choice. I don't know if this is going to work out. Savage do not seem too interested in taking this fight, so if Enterprise overextend trying to punish them again, they could drop more equipment into the hands of Savage. And there we go. Enterprise lose a member, getting nothing back. Milsey does at least take down Pleasant. Of course, the CT are coming being what it is. I can certainly understand the urge. Push forward as Crux almost gets fed Eli. Mangus drops. Enterprise, they're one round from the win, even if the end of round plays are a little bit nail-biting. A 2-0 would certainly be a blemish on the record. Savage, their one loss to Spirit so far was a 1-2 loss, and every single one of those was a close loss. Opportunity knocks for Enterprise, and it may not knock again. You can only imagine the tension amongst both teams now as we come to what could be the end of the line, or could be just the start of overtime. It's so hard to know if you're one of these players how much energy you should be putting into this round, knowing that if they give everything here and have nothing left over for overtime, that can be almost as bad. Nice grenade work onto Draken. Chunks them down, forces them out of position. Molly there as well. They didn't think that Draken had left, but now they sure as heck have. Enterprise, they've got the HP advantage, but only barely, smoking off the arch. Pleasant is coming, Draken gets one. Pleasant another. Enterprise have to go for a B push now. Dezen grabs hold of 2 and a 3. It's time for overtime again. The opportunity of a swift win, well I say swift win, a hard fought win is now over. And we have to start again. Of course, we have seen teams pulling out some pretty different performances. We'll look back to that play. Dezen just did perfectly 1v3. Incredible stuff. So here in our first round, Enterprise, having taken the early casualty of Mangus, now have to try and bust on to the site itself. Dezen has been their absolute stumbling block, will continue to provide even more pain. Round the corner, and it's Dezen again! I don't think I've ever seen the end of the game be so defined by a single player. Milty last one standing, can't even get a single kill back, and of course, it's Dezen who takes the 3k at the end. Savage feeling pretty good about themselves as we thank again our partners, Pinnacle, tb.gg/winter. Please do bet responsibly, only money you can afford to lose. And as we are getting into overtime, we will be here for a little while, seeing who actually wins out here. Please do check out the stream cards as well while this is going on to make your predictions about the game itself. Draken gets one before being dropped. Some good molly work from Enterprise, but the same can be said very much for Savage as well. Lesson is waiting there on the A approach. Enterprise going to try something a little bit different. If all stays as it is right now, they will successfully get onto the A site. I believe that's Grux just below them. But unless they make a lot of noise, and they're going to make a lot of noise, they won't be spotted. Yes, Grux has the shot up, but has now been spotted and gets deleted. Enterprise close to getting around. Dezen, the last one standing. Of course, Dezen may well be all that Savage need. 21 kills so far, but they've been utterly deadly in the tail end of this game. Popping up, but they will not manage it this time round. 16-16, 1 apiece. Again, one team needs to hit 4 rounds in overtime to end it, or we're just going to go round again from the beginning. Enterprise, if they win, of course, this series is done. For Savage, Vertigo awaits for a decider. Draken locks down the return kill for Savage. It's still really wildly up in the air. Savage with a strong defense on Banana. Gonna be tested. Twist is not found wanting, but Lesson is bullying onto the site means Enterprise are gonna get there. Draken is coming but cannot see a thing. The smoke is too thick. Not a great chance of firing blind and landing anything. The plan is made. Dezen has been here before. They've done this before. There's still loads of time left on the bomb. Dezen does not survive. Enterprise will take this half, but they need 2 more to complete. Enterprise, they've got the advantage now on their CT half. Let's see if they can make it stick. No casualties so far, and time is starting to run out. Savage, they're gathering themselves for a B push. Enterprise really heavily favoring A. They have been misled because Savage are here. They're charging in. Enterprise trying to get back in place. Matis doesn't get anything before being dropped. Milseed is doing their best. They're going to try and fire for the window and hope for the best. But they don't find anything. It's 4v4. Enterprise took a gamble in this round and did not pay off by committing so hard to the A site. Flames can be avoided. Eli finds one, gets flashed. Looking for the second time, is running out. Crux is taken down. It's down to 1v1. Draken is still here. The defuse is being made. Draken is going to stop it. No! Enterprise gets the round, even if they all lie across the B site. One away from finishing the job. Oh my gosh. That was a hero defuse if I've ever seen one. For Savage, this is a world they just can't even contemplate being in, that they could get 2-0'd by Enterprise. This is a different Enterprise than we've seen from before. From what the stats told us, this should have been Savage at least going to game 3. Nice grenade work though. Chunks out Enterprise before the fight even really begins. Savage gonna get the first kill in, but Dezon is traded. Mangus with a nice surprise move to try and bounce some grenades around the place, but instead just takes the grenade to the face. 2 remaining Enterprise members. There's certainly enough money they don't need to worry about being killed. Gonna back off instead, and kind of surprising. Certainly here in overtime, Enterprise will get another shot to end this in the next round, but they really just don't need to worry about being killed when they've got 7,000, 8,000 in the bank. There's no chance of Savage really being hurt by any amount of economic loss either, but hey. I suppose it's something of a moral victory for Enterprise that they keep hold of their squad, or as much of their squad as they can remain. Still another chance for Enterprise to end this, or we will be going back to overtime again and then on to a potential third map. See, we're coming up on 1400 CET. Let's have a quick check to see. Alright, we've still got plenty of time before we would be expecting... Oh wait, no, we're not. We're actually overrunning into Pact versus Unique. So if you're here for Pact versus Unique, we do apologize. We are so far behind schedule. We've had tons of overtime. We've had tons of unfortunate technical pauses from our teams. So our original schedule is pretty much out the window. Savage getting two without reply. Enterprise scrambling to get back into position as this overtime falls from their fingers. Natis gets one, chunked most of the way in doing it, but Savage are waiting. Natis is gone. Blitz is gone. Overtime 2. It's what we expected. It's maybe what we deserved. The odds still favoring Savage in the series. But Enterprise, they had 2 shots at the crown there, and neither of them landed. Back pause coming now. I suspect our players will be trying to make sure that they are as ready as possible. I don't know if they will have any of them running off for any kind of bio breaks, because this has been a long fought battle to say the very least. Matthew's up to 31 kills. Grux up to 32. This has been a meat grinder of a match, and this is only game 2 of a potential 3. The regional Swiss doing what it is designed to, which is to put up teams who perform similarly against each other. And while we saw a lot of that in our first match today between Argentium and Isuba, Enterprise and Savage is taking it to a whole nother level. While we wait our technical pause, Twitch chat, if you've got any comments or questions you'd like to ask, this is a good time to do it. Since I'll take that into consideration going into this second overtime. Any particular players you'd like to have focused, or any particular kinds of strategies, just do let me know. Unfortunately, my cat has just exited the building. So definitely seeing some harsh words being thrown around the Twitch chat. Understandable. Certainly, if you're very invested in either one of these teams, there's going to be a lot of frustration mixed in with the triumph, with so much back and forth. While we are waiting, of course, we'll just chat a little bit about the stream cards. You can be playing them on stream with the extension. You can make predictions about the rounds and then play various different cards at the right times to try and... It's kind of like it's a card game of sorts, where you can try and make predictions about which prediction you want to throw into which particular round. Like, for example, this round will have 4 rifle kills, and such like. There's a new single player mode as well. You just want to try out ahead of time, though that does count for the rankings. And there's recently been an addition of some more information as they continue to develop the stream cards out. Extrafy as well, another one of our partners. For all your peripheral needs, you can check out Linus Tech Tips. Did a video on their customizable mice and had a hell of a time. Of course, we're always here to stand on this. Alright, strap yourselves in, everybody. It's overtime number 2. Will this match go on forever? The signs point to yes. Enterprise, though, I do feel like our Pinnacle odds are a little misleading here, because Enterprise have been very close to ending this map and thus the series, but the odds themselves are reflecting the odds of the series overall, so they're taking a more wide view, a wide view which may never come to pass if Enterprise have their way. I would definitely not take any betting advice from me, though, because I am definitely not an expert. Blitz loses the face-to-face with Plessen, and that means Mattis has to defend all on their lonesome. The rest of the team being locked onto the A site by an aggressive Savage push. Mattis needs to represent themselves as several players, and I think they're going to do that by burning all of their utility. Savage have bought it hook, line, and sinker, and now they're going for the 3 versus 5 rather than the 5 versus 1. Mangus is here. Milton grabs another. Savage could be in trouble. Dezen is dropped. It's down to Plessen and Draken. Eli doing some good work. Plessen is gone, and Enterprise have the lead once again. Last time round, Enterprise did win out the first half on T, and then stumbled on the CT side. So it's got to feel pretty good for them that they get the first round here of second overtime. Of course, none of the other rounds really matter anymore. This mini best of 6 is all that counts. You can check back on Milsey. So important there that they managed to stop the attack in its tracks. You can hear the thudding of the blitz off in the distance, but there's no real damage being done. Enterprise still holding ground while Savage leave the bomb back near spawn, maximizing flexibility. We have got a sneaky member of Savage who is up in apartments, maybe able to get around the back of A. Milsey finds the first shot. A strong defender, but Savage are coming. They're going to be coming in quickly. Mangus finds Dezen. The Dezen finds them first. Savage down to 4 after losing member on one member of the approach to A. Mattis gets one, but Twist opens the B site. Milsey last one left standing, and they're going to run right into Dezen. Milsey is dropped. It's back to 19-19. Oh boy. All right. Hydradium would like to talk about cooking instead of Counter-Strike. That seems a little unfair. We're in the midst of what could be a really important match, or will be a very important match for our friends. But I do acknowledge this is definitely gonna... We're kind of running out of our normal topics of conversation. So let's see if we can find ourselves a way to make this into something of a cooking show. As Savage will stir up a feast of kills. Enterprise, they've been left there with nothing but a crust of bread. Blitz is going to have to try and save the round if they can. They have got the bomb carrier right in front of them. Maybe they won't realize that's the case. They've certainly got utility flying past their head. On the A site, Mattis is going to be... Oh my gosh, I'm going to need to pull up a list of cooking terms. left without a friend as Blitz gets 1, 2, 3! Oh my gosh, a feast beyond measure. Blitz comes through huge. Now they're sitting on top of creation. Find the 4, switching to the pistol. They don't get the ace, but Mattis picks up the slack. Blitz. Unbelievable. And if you smell what Enterprise are cooking, it's gonna be a real tough look for Savage coming into the second half. Blitz, a career-making performance to keep their nerve on top, to switch to the pistol. I thought they almost had the ace. That will only belong to Mangus in this game still, but wow, what a showing. Enterprise now with the advantage on the side switch. Still though, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. That's only 2 wins in for Enterprise. That's definitely not the end of things, but it will mean they'll go into the second overtime half with the advantage. Let's see if I can get my cat in to provide some insight, as we actually are having a technical pause coming in. That is no good. That's on Enterprise's side of things. We'll update as soon as possible. Have a quick check through in our channels to see what's going on there. No information as of yet. Certainly not a situation that we want to get into at all deep into our second overtime to have any question as to who the real winner is going to be. And apologies if I end up getting muted at any point. My cat is currently stomping all over my desk and is likely to find the correct key to mute my microphone at any moment. What a scallywag. Alright, let's just pop back in with you folks and let's see how things are going. Certainly seeing the support starting to switch a little bit more towards Enterprise now, and I think, honestly, they are positioned. They were very close to winning before, now they are close to winning again. I genuinely think this is, while it's very narrow, and we were talking about a matter of individual kills, let's get back into things once more and see if Enterprise can finish the job. They have the 1 map advantage. Savage will get the first kill in. The twist is cut down very swiftly in return. Blitz, the hero of overtime 2. Something they can print on their t-shirt, because I said it, it's now, well, it's not just true. You saw it before, the 4K. A win beyond all expectation. Enterprise and Savage facing off. That's for Cat leaves. Doesn't stay for long. Hopefully at some point we'll get the chance to get the cat on camera to really get into depth about this game. Enterprise and Savage running down the clock. Draken is ready. 2-2 defense for Savage. 20-19. Enterprise still are not going to be winning off of this round, even if they do succeed. Flashing themselves? Bit unusual. Mattis will get dropped thanks to Miltsy providing a little bit of an assist. Of course, that's some of the pressure taking its toll as Grux is up here on the balcony, opening up. Miltsy is dropped, and that means we are going back to 20 apiece. Oh my gosh. Alright. There you have it. So one team, if they can take 2 in a row, take the map. Of course, it's not going to be the setup we had before when Enterprise came in with advantage. We are literally in, I guess, what we might arguably call something like a best of 2. Huge exchange utility starts us up. But no major damage done. Blitz taking a little bit of a hit. Enterprise need to figure out their T side or they're gonna lose this map. Seeing some 2020 fans in the chat. But that won't remain the case for long. Savage win will have graduated to 2021, and if they're going to win the series, they're going to need to arrive in today with the 2022. That is getting onto the site. That's a solid take from Enterprise. Savage down to 3 members as Mangus just loses out on the trade. Savage are aggressively moving forward. Tom is made. Enterprise still got 3 on site. Nice play from Pleasant through the window. Doesn't finish anybody off. Time is running out for Savage though. Remember, 2 wins and Enterprise have won the series. Savage, the best they can do is force a 3rd map. Flash is good. Mattis finds one and the second in for Enterprise. Draken is still alive. They came out of retirement to help out the Savage squad. They get 1 and 2, but it doesn't matter. Enterprise were willing to pick that because they already had the round 1. Now, gentle friends, we return to the precipice. Enterprise, they could end this, but they have to face down Draken. They have to face down the rest of Savage. We saw them putting out a very strong performance, did we, of Savage in the first Winter Pinnacle Series. Well, Pinnacle Winter Series, if you please. Number 1. Enterprise. Will they open their eyes? Or will we be going on this wild ride again? In both overtimes, Enterprise had a chance to end it. Now Twist coming out a little better than the rest of Enterprise. It's a 2-1-2 split, or rather, no, more of a 2-3 split. If Enterprise commit in here, they will have a strong advantage. Twist is waiting for them. Utility for Enterprise is a little light. A lot of it getting blown early on. Means they might actually struggle a little bit. Eli's going to grab hold of that bomb. Smoke coming out from Savage towards the A site. Mangus is waiting. The bomb's actually going towards A. As we know, this is going to be a bigger ask of the squad. Overtime 3. The shadow over this whole experience here. Enterprise. We'll see. Make us believe it's Enterprise. This is going to be a pretty big ask. Mangus is up on top. Remember them as the player who got the ace before. Up and down, looking around, does not have the intel. 2 cut down, 1 back in for Enterprise. Crux is going big. Blitz cannot save the round. Missed the last one standing, and who would have predicted it? It's overtime 3. Oh my gosh, so I'm a couple of minutes out from you, Twitch chat, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing what the reaction is as yet another overtime comes calling. Yes, we've really lost the year theming with it going to 21-21. Referees calling for an overtime limit. There are situations where you start to think that a coin toss might just be a little kinder. We have got a little bit of a delay, actually. I'm going to see what is happening on our third overtime. We're getting a little bit of a delay. So I'll see if I can find an update. Yes, as we move ever closer to Infinity Overtime. I can't remember what the record is, but hopefully we won't be getting into any danger of breaching it. Don't know quite what's happening here. Not seeing any respawns coming back in, so see if I can consult with production to see if there's a specific reason for that. I can definitely hear there's some chat going on in the game itself, so presumably there is something happening. I don't know if we're getting to the point of just the teams agreeing to coin flip this overtime rather than continue it on forever. I'd have to think Enterprise, if we were to entertain such a notion, would be less inclined, given that they have consistently been the team very close to winning again and again. Maybe Savage will be trying to make the argument, though, considering how tight it has been. I think we did see Anger calling for another overtime. It seems like that is on the cards. Whew. Yes, and do watch out, channel friends, for any of those fake spoilers in the chat. Because current predictions seem to be that this is a game that will have no end. So we did talk about how much Enterprise might have in the tank, and getting this close to winning twice in a row, that's got to wear on a team. Curious as to why Overtime 3 isn't starting, though. Well, the game's still going. None of Enterprise spawning back in again. Alright, well, I guess at this point we'll just have a chat with the chat, even though we're separated by a couple of minutes. Whew. Alright, we've had a call for 55-44. Oh, please no. But hey, well, I guess we'll do our side thing here. So Twitch chat, let's see if we can get some predictions as to what the final score will eventually be. Alright, what have we got going on? We're going back in again. I don't know how accurate it is, but... Oh, thank you, Luma, in the chat. Apparently 46-42 is the record right now. Alright, we're going to make this into something, maybe of a charity stream, as we just stay here for the rest of the day, pushing our next matches into Infinity. Again, apologies to anyone who was coming here for Pact versus Unique. We are so ludicrously over time. We're literally an hour over schedule right now, and this series isn't even done. We have got some buys coming in, so I think whatever technical problems were happening are hopefully resolved as we dive back into overtime once again. If we get into a fourth overtime, I will ask producer that if we can maybe come back. If my cat happens to be nearby, we can spend some time talking to my cat, just for a little bit of variety. But for right now, my cat's nowhere to be seen. Our teams are readying themselves. The buys are at least a good sign of progress. And will hopefully be underway. Yes, we are. Alright, overtime 3. We're here for a good time and for an overtime. Let's see if we can break some records. Of course, that's one way of coping with a multi-overtime match, is to start trying to tempt fate as much as possible. And hey, if it does turn out to be a record-breaking 100-100 game, then you can all say you were here to see it. I do think at some point, though, Enterprise are going to get that one last round they need. Well, while they've been denied twice, Savage, they haven't gotten close to making that happen. They've only been able to recover the overtime halves. They haven't been able to threaten to end them in their favor. Though I'm prepared to be wrong about that now, since my brain has stopped functioning a little while back, somewhere in overtime 2. First kill to Savage. They're still plunging on in. Second kill as well. Eli trying to do their darndest, but they are caught in no player's land. There's on with one back as Mitzi. Oh, Mitzi. Ends up becoming a little bit more familiar with Platinum than they wanted to. Mangus is not enough, and I think for the first time in a while, Savage take the first round. Oh my gosh, Vertigo is still waiting for us. Ay, ay, ay. Vibrance, I don't believe there is an overtime limit. At least I haven't been told about one. Hope if we get to overtime 4, maybe I will be informed if there is one there. I honestly wouldn't know. We haven't gotten to overtime 3 so far in the competition. At least not while I've been casting. Gosh, I'm going to have to start researching trivia competitions to the chat to do if this goes too much further. Savage taking the hits on the early going means Enterprise likely to get this round back. Savage are still going to be pushing into Enterprise. As Blesson is dropped down, the plant is good money, of course. Not nearly always no objects here in overtime. As Desmond is dropped, this is a pretty good morale booster for Enterprise at least, that if they can make it out with a clean round, and they will, they're setting themselves up pretty well for the rest of overtime to get the kind of domination that will be required. So, one apiece. A little bit of knife showing off to start us off with Enterprise and Savage. So Enterprise with 1, Savage with 1. Enterprise open up with Pleasant being removed. That's a pretty solid shout. Now Savage, much more inclined to try and commit all their resources to one site. Enterprise have a clear path to B for a second, but Savage think better of the full 4-person defense. You can definitely tell that Savage are anticipating Enterprise's arrival imminently. As they lie, will go chuck out a grenade. Good utility work from Savage in return, though. Actually chunk out multiple Enterprise members. Keep your eye out for Blitz, though, as Blitz is in a banana. About to take the first fight, but Enterprise are charging in, and I don't think it's going to go well for them. But they have opened B. Draken is almost dead. The bomb is a long way away. Blitz needs to hold ground. The smoke will allow for a solid plant. Savage need to get in here right now. No, Blitz is gone. Matties, it's all on you. This feels like a position they could deal with one person coming around, but not 3. Looking out. They will catch Crux on the way in, but their position is now known. And Draken locks the round down. Plenty of time for the defuse. 23-22. Swings and roundabouts. Draken with a 3k there. gets up to almost 40. Matties is already there, of course. Draken, again, for anyone who hasn't come across them before, coming out of retirement to rejoin this squad, and they've definitely been showing up along with Grux. Identical kills actually on the Savage members. For Enterprise, this is developing into the situation where they might legitimately run into trouble. This is Savage ahead. If they get another round, they threaten to bring us to map number 3. Savage rip through. Oh my gosh, are we finally gonna see it? Savage onto the site. Eli going through the smoke. Nice molly takes Grux out. The plant has been cancelled for now. Eli, opportunity is knocking. They're about to find Draken if they go through the smoke, but they don't. They have to know that they just missed. Mangus is coming. Eli knows they only get one shot at this. They take that shot. Pleasant is down. Mangus is here as well. Coming in from the side. Time is ticking away. Eli can't wait too much longer. Draken has the sights ready. Round the corner comes Eli, and Draken takes them down. Draken with the 2 puts Savage on to map point. We may be freed from overtime prison, and Draken will be the one to thank for it if they do. Up now 41, tied with Mattis for the most kills here in overtime 3. 2 chances for Savage to make overtime go away, just so we can see somewhere else eventually. Vertigo is waiting for us in case we've got the nerve to stomach a game 3. Enterprise getting chunked up by utility. It does make it actually relatively even trade. Enterprise, all they can do at this point is force overtime 4. Mattis gets the boost, standing on the shoulders of giants, or in this case, Blitz. 1 kill back for Enterprise. The A site has been cleared. They're going to be scrambling to get back in position as Blitz finds one. Mattis very carefully waiting out. Pleasant shows himself, but Pleasant still gets the kill anyway. Down to 2 members for Savage, and they're almost dead. Utility is dry for Savage. Draken is almost gone. Enterprise, don't you dare. Don't you very dare. The Savage members are almost gone. Draken, last one standing. You can do it, Draken. We believe in you. Apparently, we should have believed in the Mangus. Gentle friends, imagine yourselves in front of a fireplace, with me having a large book telling us about our friends from Pinnacle. I think at this point, even Pinnacle's prediction algorithms are going to be completely off kilter. This has been such a ridiculous game. Enterprise and Savage, they're not even in elimination territory, but they're still fighting like they're in the very last game of playoffs. Savage get the opening kill. They can still end this. Enterprise down to 3.5 members. Eli. I think Grux is going to get caught out here. They've smoked off one side, but Grux driven back by the HE grenade. Molly will cook Matties pretty firmly. But Mangus is there. Overtime 4. Can you hear its siren song? Tie yourself to the mast, dear game. Savage, they can end overtime here and now. Vertigo awaits, surely. E-Live. Enterprise still refuse to give ground. The plan is made. The table is set. The soup is stirred. Let's go back to our cooking metaphors from before. Enterprise. Dragon gets... Wait, was that 2 at once? This could be the end of it, and it will be! Ah! Savage!
On this journey we will find our souls begin to intertwine. Your heart of gold so pure, divine. And I lost myself within the fire, breaking free from my desire. A heart of gold forged you to inspire. It's starfire. It's starfire, 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 it's starfire, starfire, it's starfire. On this journey we will find our souls begin to intertwine. Your heart of gold so pure, divine. And I lost myself within the fire, breaking free from my desire. A heart of gold forged to inspire. It's starfire. It's starfire, 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 it's starfire, starfire, it's starfire.
You are ruthless. Yeah, you don't give a damn about what I do. You think you're the coolest. Who would ever wanna be like you? You left my heart in pain. Yeah, you don't have to admit it now. You want me to stay, but I can barely use it now. You left my heart in pain. You want me to stay, yeah, but I can barely use it now. You left my heart in pain. You live a high life, limousines through your fantasies. I never knew it, but you are my lifeline. You got me drowning in the sea. You left my heart in pain. Yeah, you don't have to admit it now. You want me to stay, but I can barely use it now. You left my heart in pain. You want me to stay, yeah, but I can barely use it now. You left my heart in pain. You want me to stay, yeah, but I can barely use it now. You left my heart in pain.
I knelt to pray today, but no one was listening anymore. Do I need to fade away or stay here laying down on the floor? I want to know if you be the shoulder that I need. I want to go, so take me to Neverland. Can you help me find a way? Where is the God that I need? Can I get some help today? Lord, help me with the blood that I bleed. I want to know if you be the shoulder that I need. I want to go, so take me to Neverland. Anxiety taking over me, I can't be the only one left. No, society breaking up on me, I just wanna be felt and taken and never left. Taken and never left.
fuck up.
Turn toward me and look so weak. I've never seen you with such tired eyes. And everything we said we'd be, we just traded for a suit coat and a tie. And underneath the rows of trees, I will see you where the ocean meets the sky. Under your toes, the fire grows. You are ready for a different kind of life. You're silent for the wind is cold. You must return to the wild.
We're in here for game number 3. We'll hopefully have Exner coming in just a few short minutes. Get us across and let them know about everything that's been happening, including, of course, the overtimes, which have been somewhat of a characteristic of this series so far. Of course, right now,
Hello. We had to bring in a fresh face here for the pistol round. I'm going to be covering you all through the last map here over on Vertigo. And right now we're already into the pistol round action. My name is Exner, and we are going to be heading into map number 3 here over on Vertigo. It was a, I believe, triple overtime is how we ended things on Inferno, and already an overtime in the first map of these two teams. So they sure are taking things competitively, and we'll see how things end up in the final say of things. Bomb already getting planted here on the A-bomb side. A little bit of a retake situation here for Savage. So look to punch in the numbers. Head on out here. We'll see. Twist does have a smoke and a kit here for the retake, but the numbers do start to drop at the moment. Looking for those P250 shots here. One able to connect, but Twist does have to answer a response back to things here as he's looking for a whole lot more. The Glock right around the corner. And finally, it's just Grooks left, last man standing versus 2 and very low HP. He does pick up the kit, but that smoke really not on the money. And unable to find any more success there. He does get taken down. And Enterprise, you know, they did struggle to close out Inferno. They were in firm standing for quite some time, but they're off to a hot start, at least on Vertigo. It's a good sign for them. Opening things up with a pistol. We'll see if they're able to keep that up here. It's going to be a force spy coming through from the likes of Savage here. We'll see what they have in store. Early pistol round damage. Pleasant pushing forward even further. Able to find a second. Great flash setup from Pleasant as well. And that's an immediate double kill. Immediate 5v3 here as further aggression towards a B-bomb site. Trying to recover ground. Just looking for some kills, but nothing found. Pleasant continues to tear through, and Crooks finds one as well. The Alive finally has an answer, but it's short-lived success as Savage. Resounding success in the force by response. That was absolutely fantastic. A quick answer back, and so Enterprise's success limited here, at least in the early stages. As now they look to bounce back with some sort of resurgence in this investment here. The force by war is off to an early start. It's kind of fitting that we are trading rounds back and forth early, considering how competitive things have been. This time they changed their approach away from the mid and more so in towards A ramp side of things, trying to vie for some of that control. But right now they're locked out of the map at the moment. Can't really go through that smoke. Trying to avoid some of the tracers that have been sitting down that range. And they do readjust their position back towards mid and B at the moment. A lot of presence from Enterprise in these positions. Gonna have to deal with Dezen though, and he's been a real menace so far at least. A boost up could catch him early at positioning advantage. You can see posted up and towards danger. Oh, but forced to fall off actually. That might have been heard here. Does have a rotate kind of coming through as well. Close by in construction, but doesn't need to be pressured here. How much can he find? 1 kill in. No flash supported. He's actually blinded off the angle here. So it's only a 1-for-1. It leaves Twist alone in the back of Generator, and he can't find anything alive. Immediately drops him here. 2 players now posted up in the back of Generator. Quickly moving in as Grux, but Mangus finds him. And there you go. The back and forth could continue here. Drake is looking to recover some ground, but only able to deliver damage here. And all the numbers starting to close in. They're trying to double swing him. Pleasant's good for a kill, but his teammate has gone down, and so it leaves them into a 1v3, trying to get those numbers diffused, but can't find it. Spamming through the smoke. And Plussin goes down right there. Savage, give it right back, and we're starting things off exactly how we finished things on Inferno, I guess, just back and forth. This time the Force Buys are getting the job done here. We'll see if Savage can keep the trend going, or if Enterprise will finally be able to find 2 in a row. Or Utility early on here from the T side. They're trying to take that aggressive standing, and Mangus is able to sneak his way up and towards Ivy. We'll see if he can gather any more ground here. Good positioning right now from the T side, and a very crucial part of the map. Looks like Grooks might be getting set up with a flashbang here. It does come on through. We'll see if they can convert off any kills from that. No, they were waiting for it. No Lives able to answer. Let's see. One of the Hamas's dropped down here pretty early. No spamming. Plussin taking damage and scared off the line. Only silver lining here in this round being that Savage at least do have a lot of positioning here towards the A bomb site. But other than that, they're going to have to deal with, like I said, those pistols and not much to work off of. Twist is re-aggressing towards ramp to try and take some early duels, but doesn't know that Mangus is right around the corner. Now he does, though, and is able to hit the shot. Mattis takes down Drake and on the site, though, and now getting closed in down. Still, though, Twist holds steady. Another kill and stops that plant, delays it at least for now. Mattis is down low, but eventually will be found out. There's Twist in the side hall. Doesn't is good for maybe some eco damage here. 30 seconds of bomb in the control. There's potential here for Enterprise to try and close this one down. Not much time to really rotate, at least walking. Desmond's going to take this opportunity to regress. Maybe grab himself a primary gun, grab himself an AK. 14 seconds left onto the clock, and now that's when they start to turn up the heat. Blitz is going to make his move in towards the B-bomb site. Punch in those numbers. Has plenty of time to do so. He's going to be found out anyway, so despite that, Desmond again. I think that's his second 3K on an eco. So we do continue back and forth. This time with a bomb plan, at least for Enterprise, which is a silver lining. So I'm sure they'll be willing to go for a force buy of their own here once again. Keep things nice and close in contention. Angus and Blitz have plenty of money for investments here. So it actually is a very good buy here for Enterprise, despite them losing that last round. But no one's really running away with things just yet. Very limited on the CT side of things as well. See it. I believe only a 5.7 in the hands of Draken. Looking for some spam through the smoke. Listen. Very nice HE right there to do some early chip damage. Which could be lethal. But he went out towards sandbags looking for a kill. Willing to continue to hold this ground here. Utilizing that smoke and a nice B-side setup. This is going to be tricky to deal with. Just takes that first point of contact. He look for the trade on ramp, but Desmond continues to tear through them. That's now his 10th kill right now. 10 and 2. He goes down to 1 HP, but still delivers a healthy B-side defense here. At the moment, they look to recover this ground here. Not really too committed to it is Enterprise. They're locked out at every angle at the moment. They don't want to drop any further numbers here by trying to work that B side, so starting to group up back towards A. Now have to wait out that smoke, though. Spam's very close, plus able to deliver some damage on a Mangus. But further on, just falls back into a very useful position. There's 2 mollies, though. And no smoke here for Plus. And oh no, the molly missed somehow. Grooks is able to find the kill. Totally fumbling that one right there. And off of the back of that, Plussin is able to find it. That is brilliant. And a big mistake from Enterprise, to be honest with you. So molly they couldn't afford to miss right there. It would have been good to flush him out of the position, but instead they fall to the crossfire. And they fall another round. I think now finally stringing 2 in a row here with Savage is a good sign. We'll take a look at those Pinnacle odds. You know, even despite Enterprise being a map up, they're still favoring Savage. I think this third map is certainly going to lend itself to Savage more so than, you know, the prior two, Inferno and Overpass. But even still, you know, they were looking very good. They were looking like they were going to close things down on Inferno. They couldn't quite hit the finish line there. Draken going to farm up these pistols. But still, I was very surprised to see that sort of result at the end of the day. All that being said, stringing two together now, making a third here. Here's Draken's aggression. Good setup. 8 cheese combined with the ramp aggression. You definitely want to let your players that have a really high ceiling, such as Draken, get those egos, get some confidence building up early on. That's a good sign that Savage are setting him up on Vertigo. Interesting mid play coming on through here from CT side. This is a pretty hard crossfire to deal with, especially with the MP9 close range here. We'll see if they're prepared for it. Ready to turn the corner. Oh, they seem so good. That's a nice little peek, but they do fall. It's a 2-for-1 trade with bomb in their control at the moment. Recovered ground not being spotted yet. Can't get out of dodge, but Blitz will go down as well, and Desert continues. When will this man give them a break? They try and move in towards B, but they're currently bombless here. Twist has now officially spotted him and is buying time with his utility. And I don't know what you do at this point here. Sure, you have a little bit of space towards B, but you still have to recover that bomb. He's spotted out now, so it's a good pickup to recover some space. But there's 45 seconds left onto the clock, and you have to think about all the angles that they have to cover right now. Now, the good news is, potentially, there's some room to be worked here from Mangus. Some timing here, and oh, he does get the better of Twist. Back to 2s now. Even situation here, 25 on the clock. They have to make a move on. Both players kind of grouping up towards ladder, but oh, Desmond almost got caught off guard. But he's too sharp right now to be falling for any sort of timings, and that smoke should solidify things. It's going to be so difficult running on through it. Heard. Desmond takes the first point of contact, and Pleasant swings off it. That is brilliant. Savage play textbook CS right there in Enterprise. Can't quite close it out. 14-2 right now on Desmond. I mean, there's not much you can do against that sort of statistic. Desmond, he's out for vengeance here as we head into a tech pause. But it's already expired pretty quick about this one. I mean, look at the scoreline. We got a lot of 4s in there, but Desmond's the only distinction here. He's got 14 instead of 4. So, I mean, he's absolutely carrying through this offense. We do have some Tech 9s, a bit of a half-by coming through here from Enterprise. Have to deal with Draken's up. No smoking. What a nice flick that was. Taking down Blitz early on. I have to find a little bit of more space here to move up the ramp side of things. No, they've actually fallen off. My apologies. They've given up ground here. And Pleasant's holding down pretty much all of the ramp. Getting that sandbag's position. He might even be able to jump spot here. Twist has been far forward in this P-bomb site. Has to be careful though. Nice angle's being held. He's good for 1. And now he's just trying to buy some time. That HG going to do some great damage as well. Oh, he's able to finish the job. He has Desmond to help him out as well. Not a big deal. And they do close out once again. But if you want to go find those odds, you can go over to tab.gg/winter. And if you sign up with code winter22, you can go experience some of the best live odds there. Some fantastic betting. Make sure you're over the age of 18, of course. And that you bet responsibly. All that being said here, we got another gun run underway, which is a good sign. A slower approach, though, for Enterprise here, at least in the early stages, and with this full rifle round. I think so far we haven't really seen them pull off like a full execute. We haven't haven't even seen them really take too much control towards ramp. They've struggled to do so far. At the moment, they've been either smoked out pretty consistently or forced to deal with some aggressive posturing. Speaking of which, Drake able to drop the first. But still, there's a trade to be had here, a big one. A frag towards B at the moment, but oh, that is such a sneaky bit of re-aggression there. Grix is able to drop Mangus. Just have to deal with that as well. That's a bit of a scary prospect there. Blitz looking for it, but can't find any success just yet. Just taking some contact here. You know, at the end of the day, Grix again falling back towards a pretty effective position. No smoke for him though. So there's a couple of mollies to be thrown in towards sandbags. You just have to land this molly this time, and I don't think that's a mistake they'll make again. But Grix never gives him the chance to throw that utility. He just peeks off of it, gets his molly down, and is going to just buy some time here. There's only 25 seconds left onto the clock, and now the Alive has made no secret about his position. Grix gets his leg down, but it can't finish the job. And Grix eventually will fall, but there's another player towards Seidel to deal with, and Dezen finishes the job before they can ever get started. Savage calling a timeout, actually. Interesting. Wasn't expecting this. Not much adjustments needing to be made here for Savage. In my opinion, they're doing pretty well. They have lights out ramp control at the moment, and that's going to be hard to deal with. Enterprise, they can't get this crucial bit of map control without dropping a couple of bodies. So I'm sure that's something to be talked over from Enterprise's camp. Maybe Savage looking to keep the momentum up, keep some nice game plan set in stone here. Weaponry being bought into here. Plenty of AKs, plenty of money in reserve as well for Savage. Building up quite a bit of bank here. These flashbangs, and oh, the spam is really on the line. There's a big gap though towards mid. Blitz. Oh, thought he had it. Not quite. It'll go down, and not only is it a 4v5, but there's some limited HP on a couple of these Enterprise members, at least on the Alive. It looks like they're going to group up in towards B. Dezen. No molly to really force him out of this quad position, so he'll be pretty comfortable overall. And he still has a close by support in the form of Twist here, so once the second shoot rolls on off, well, maybe not. My god, what a shot! And Mattis finds 2 entries. Grix is left in the back lines here, but that is absolutely stunning. The Alive will go down. Yeah, low HP. This fast flank from Plesson will recover ground, but this Deagles continue to rain on off. It needs to be 4 though, coming through and eventually running dry on their magazine. Plesson able to pull out the sidearm and finish the job. It was a nice attempt from the Enterprise, but couldn't quite finish it. Absolutely phenomenal shots. From Maddie's right there, but at the end of the day, still falling in Savage's way. I mean, that was some good damage and a nice bomb plant. We'll see if they can work off of that with a lot of utility AWP presence here, and see if they can maybe gather some ramp control in the early stages of this round. So far, I think that's been their main point of contention at the moment. A lot of HE damage being delivered, but Plesson down low. I think he cut an op shot through the wall. Bogdan's Law taking effect, and Plesson will pick up Draken's op. Good molly here, but this time there is a smoke. But never has to be utilized here as he just falls off. Draken looking to re-aggress here towards side hall. Catching some HEs though, and another nice entry from Raddies. Look to make their way in towards this bomb site, but Draken, that re-aggression just pan off, taking down the offer there. And now They're struggling here a little bit with the utility usage. Pleasant strikes for one as well. At least they're able to push their way up towards the side hall and get themselves into a potential post plant. But Dezen is on the flank here. Utility being thrown out here, but the numbers do get punched in successfully. So at least you have yourself into a post plant situation. Dezen, what can he find on this flank? He's being covered at the moment, but forced off the line there. Blitz is looking to recover this ground, but footsteps being heard. Dezen strikes from the back, and now it's just still alive. Not alive for too much longer. Savage. A clean retake, a flawless one. I mean, only losing Grux before that. Are able to just keep dwindling those numbers. Bomb plant will facilitate another buy, though, at the very least. So they do have more weapons to be brought back out, but it's been an extremely hot streak here for Savage. They traded those early rounds, but Savage since then they've went on a, what is it, an 8-run streak, 7-run streak here. Ooh, near miss there. Draken doesn't get punished for the aggression. So instead holding things off in the 5v5 here. Not happy to concede this control, and I think for good reason here. Savage is kind of in their win condition. The issue is there's one side hall and they're alive close by. Now being spotted, getting spammed down. Pleasant, how did he even spot him? Draken's able to find one as well, and this is the win condition getting pressed upon every round here for Savage. That constant ramp aggression just always panning out for them in a consistent fashion. At least they're trying to work their way up towards B. This is a great gap. Slipped in from He's another entry from him. He's been a real lifeline for Enterprise, but he's taken down from Dezen, who's been even more impactful for Savage. And now taken down low. Let's just have a flank. Oh, trigger discipline, but Draken eventually gets inquisitive. And oh my god! He hits the shot onto Dezen as well. Into the 2v2. He hit that falling. Unbelievable here. So numbers get punched in. They'll have themselves into a retake. Now Blitz holding down the flank here pretty aggressively. Grux might have spotted a barrel there. Not yet. He lets his teammate go down, but he's good for the trade. Putting things into a 1v1, but revealing his position now on ramp. At the moment has an HE lined up. This will be good for some damage, and there's no smoke, so it's just forced to take the fight. Pleasant moving forward. Might keep us on the bomb, but he just wants him off of it. And a nice pickup from Blitz. A big 1v2 to close things down and get Enterprise that stomps momentum that they needed. All things considered as well, you think about how good that started off. 5v3 immediately for the likes of Savage, and they were able to hold on to this. Oh my god. It's absolutely unbelievable right there from Blitz. I mean, savior that round. And a round like that might offer itself up to some momentum being built back up on the Enterprise roster. Still not going to be easy to fall back from this deficit. Twist, he likes to quick switch his rifle a lot. I've noticed that a couple of rounds. He doesn't get punished for it. He hasn't yet. He's able to get out safely thanks to a flash coming through and some good utility usage from Savage. But either way, Enterprise stealing a man down. And one of the shining lights now alongside Blitz has fallen for Enterprise. Nice boost though. This is effective. We'll see if they're able to capitalize off it. Uncrouching and getting a glimpse into the site here. Now spotted though. Pushing them on the reload. Dezen doesn't know how far forward they are, but help out from Twist. And so they hold on to a 2-man advantage now, but the 2B players being pressed in upon. They utilize a smoke as somewhat of a wall right there. They have to get past, and Twist is still holding strong push to the site. The Alive able to find him in time. Dezen good for one, but traded quickly. And into a 2v3 with post plants not yet found. Have to recover that bomb, and they will do so here. But Pleasant is close by. They're going to push through the smoke. They're so bold. And oh, Mangus has his back. Draken left on the flank with the AWP. No one spotting this just yet, but no one really vulnerable to this flank. A nice spot out there. That reveals Draken's position. Does he want to hold on to this op at this moment? He has a little bit more money in reserves. That'll force him off the line. He hits that nice shot on the Mangus. He has a smoke as well. A couple flashes to utilize. He has to get on towards site. Backup generator now held from man standing. Draken misses his op shot. He's just going to go for the defuse. Limited time here. He's off the bomb, though. He's going for the no-scope. Oh, my God. He's trying for it. But there's simply no time. They're both going to go down. Draken's just accepted defeat. All right. If you say so. Take that run any day of the week if you're Enterprise, especially with what was a big run there coming through from the CT side of Savage, stringing all those rounds together. But aggression, this time they're able to take this early ramp ground. Grooks is close by here. He's only good for a dink, and what a resurgence this is from Enterprise. Desmond goes down quickly as well. Draken and Twist, I mean, I think this is pretty much a save. Enterprise with the fast-paced A-ramp aggression. It works out. Incredible stuff. Will they be even able to save there? Twist is revealing his position. Opper of Draken spotted out as well. He's down half HP. Actually, in fact, both of them are. Well worth the hunt. Actually, there's not too much in reserve for Enterprise. You kind of do have to be careful in this situation. But Angus will go down. As long as you have 3 alive, I think you'll be able to drop over your teammates and be all good. See a little bit of reserves and... Uh-oh. Yeah, this is what I was worried about here. Now, for this round, you'll have a little bit of less economy. To be honest with you. Mangus probably onto a Galil. Might get one dropped over. Last round of the half, so Mattias could buy him. Matties, rather. But either way, not too much to worry about here. Enterprise finding a couple T-side rounds and getting themselves a little momentum heading into the second half is a promising sign for them. How long can they keep that up, though? Still pretty good on the CT side of things with those 2 weapons saved over. But right now, pretty telegraphed. B-side approach. Doesn't matter if it's telegraphed because you got Matty on the entry. Flashbang perfectly set up there. Nothing that Twist can do as he's fully blind. Butson's close by in the rotate, but good for one and done. And now Draken and Grooks left last alive. Between the flames. Draken aggressive, but he gets burnt. Grooks, he looked like he was off to save, but last round of the half, either you're saving your KD or we'll see if he can find anything. The answer will be no. So Enterprise, what is it? 3 rounds in a row that they're able to take towards the tail end there. You'll take that any day of the week. Finding a little bit of resurgence there. And you know, at the very beginning, I was wondering if it was going to be as one-sided. You know, throughout the whole series, we were getting some very good back and forth between these 2 teams, but grabbing 4 rounds in a row towards the tail end there. I think this is going to be a more competitive map. See what Savage can offer up on their T side here. They had some very good ramp control overall in that first half. We'll see if Enterprise can throw the same stuff out. Pretty aggressive, pretty quick towards that side hall. And right now, actually, they have a player boosted up in sandbags. Let's see. Able to find some damage there. Finds 1 kill and looking for more. But now revealing his position. They're closing in, but the numbers do drop. Pleasant looking for a trade there. And he finds so much. He's trying to dance around, but he gets taken down. What's left last alive here in the post plant. Might be a kit around there. Yeah, there's the kit. He's able to grab that, but now he needs to take care of 2. A smoke for the bomb. Maybe you can just stick the defuse here, potentially. And he is on it in a weird angle as well. They're going for the spam, and he's finding damage. Blessing able to convert. Needed that one bullet, heard it, and probably just kept that line up. 4K from Plessin, though. On the pistol. And Savage off to a hot start here. On the T side. And of course, it wouldn't be fitting any other way than Enterprise forcing up here. Utility being thrown out towards sandbags, but give up that control here. Not too interested in holding on to this ramp side of things. B's very open at the moment. You just have Maddie's a little bit passive. It looks to be a movement back towards the A side of things. At least just try and utilize some utility. Maybe sell some fakes right now because bomb's still pretty much posted towards B. Alright, as of right now, B is where they're going to finish. They actually sell the fake successfully. Still only holding on to one defender at the moment. I guess it's not really a fake sold and more of a commitment to the stack there, but a full execute. It's probably best case that Maddie's just behind the smokes right now. Oh, but it goes through it. Good for the 1D. That guy is absolutely surreal. Now getting up front first when he doesn't. Able to avoid the flash, but not the bullets here. And they're all pushing in. The flash collapsed. Draken left last alive with a scout to his name and bomb out of his control. 25 seconds left to work around him. The AK finishes the job. What a collapse right there. Enterprise, a well-oiled machine on that retake. They never even let them get those numbers punched in. Once they hear the bomb starting to go down, they pull the pin. And the Force by Wars will continue. They answer back with some Tech 9s and Deagles of their own, but Enterprise, again, you know, you talk about that late momentum that they had in the last half. Now able to bring that into an eco round success in the second. It's good stuff from them. We got some Tech 9 being brought out here. See, they have the extra 5 mouse plugged in. Seems like they do. So those Tech 9s are doing some massive damage right now. Maybe that's why these force buys are going so well. I'd like to say that the extra 5 mice are good for ecos because you can get 10% off by using code WINNER10 and heading over to teb.gg/extrafy because that sounds like a good eco decision to me. Getting 10% off of some fantastic peripherals. With all that being said, though, we get back into things here, into some action, and they move quickly. That's a nice spot for Mangus, who sticks around. Those Tech 9s do some damage, but the angle appears to favor him quite a bit, and he whips out the Deagle for another. Looking for more right around the corner. Lies 2 and doesn't end Draken. The Alive has the backside there. Only 1 HP to his name, though, so he gets taken care of from the Deag shout Dezen. Draken in the 1v4, but I don't know if he can really do much damage here in 30 seconds. Mangus still looking for some economy to be farmed up. Doesn't need it. He has his teammate. Right behind him, and Enterprise moving forward, winning those Force by Wars, and grabbing themselves an 8th, one off the what should be a tie here. Here's a really nice sequence. I mean, that is a sick angle. I feel like that's very good for him right there as well. With that left side peek for Savage, who slightly disadvantaged in that. Addies. Flashbang setup. And oh my god, what an ace right there. Instantly spraying down. That's one clip. One clip of the A1S, and he finds all 5. How often can you see something like that? My god. I think Zaiwu did it on Cat last week. But you do not see that too often. We got another replay here. You have to get this one. What a brilliant flash. The HEs were amazing. Everything just right on the money there for that ace. Matty's has been playing lights out all game right now, and he continues to do so. Absolutely fantastic work from him. But now it's Savage's chance to bounce back here. There's no Op and Draken. And Vertigo is a very op-heavy map. Draken, a very impactful player here for Savage as well. So, keep that in mind. Nate set goes in towards the back of default here. Absolutely love that they're pulling out this boost. Perfect time in my opinion. Grux though, gonna drop a mid player there. A big pickup. And at the moment, you know, all that Grux really has to do is stay alive in this position. It'll draw attention from away from the bomb sites and more so in towards mid. So Enterprise, with this boost stacked up, they're kind of making a gamble here. Stack it up towards this A-bomb site. This boost should be good for at least 1 kill and some information here. We'll see if it ever gets checked, though. Utility starting to thrown in. That's the kill he needed right there. Plus, down early. Double molly in, and they still have... let's see. The back of sight. Grux eventually does fall, though. To Matty's up. And now, they've reassembled a boost towards Zay. They should mean that they're able to comfortably commit more presence towards B. Judging by all the control they have on the ramp side of things, you'll still have 2 players in this department. Only up to the clock, but it's caught jumping up. Mattis taken down. Now it's up to see to find 2. He's able to drop the bomb though. There's only 4 seconds. There's no time for Draken to get those numbers punched in. He's forced to retreat, and we'll see if he's even able to do that. Let's see, not too interested in going in for the kill. Instead, we'll hold on. Those Pinnacle odds, I mean, they're still favoring Savage at the moment. Despite Enterprise on that CT side showing some great fundamentals. Especially on that Eco round, it was very, very cohesive. We'll see if Savage can find a resurgence here. That Draken up I talked about, it might be further delayed unless they're able to do some damage in this round. I think they're hovering, they're definitely at max loss bonus now, so you might be able to see like Desin drop one over to him, potentially. But other than that, Lesson. This is a nice position to be in. One's right above him though. Little does he know. Smoke fades away. He has a little bit of an advantage on let's see. A big advantage to make it, and he's able to drop the op. Plessin. He's gathered so much space here over towards the A side of things. Causes a little bit of chaos there. Matty's though, speaking of causing chaos, just good for immediately 2 kills. Mid's being covered here, but Draken offers up a quick trade, but Matty's continues to deliver. 3 kills on the hold. And now it's up to Draken again, last man standing. Blitz sends him off the 51st floor. And Enterprise, they take the lead. Showing some real composure right now. Inferno might have been a heartbreaker for them, sure. They were in a winning position in multiple different overtimes. I mean, they had map point. They had series point multiple different times, if we're being honest. With Savage, were able to hold steady. They could close things out in the 3rd map, a map that they're not too comfortable on overall, at least in the win rate. That would be a fantastic showing from them. A real showing. We're still in the early stages, and Savage can offer up some damage. And speaking of which, Plessin opening things up on a Magus who spammed his entire magazine through the smoke. And we'll go down. And another one, Plessin. Found him over the smoke there. So ramp control goes awry for Enterprise. The only silver lining here is some damage being done. And I guess Mattis, who's been so very good on this B hold. But he's going to be tested here. Smoke a bit too late. They're able to deliver a dink, but nothing else. That's B called clear, and I think this is going to be a save from Enterprise here. So we're back to 11s. Savage, they do hold steady. Pleasant with a big double kill right there as well. Bomb will go down. And another round one. The live and blitz able to hold on to their weapons there pretty easily, but a flawless one as well over on the T side of things is good for not having to reinvest, especially if we considered Draken trying to get his op out as soon as possible. So we'll see what they have in store for us here. If they can keep that up, I mean, Pleasant, 2 kills on the ramp is a big find. It alleviates a lot of that stress. Like I said, it was Savage's win condition for the most part on their CT side. That sort of control gave them so many rounds. And it seems like they're getting a little taste of their own medicine. But not in this round. A bit more of a passive approach at the moment on the A side of things. They do have 2 players hovering around this direction. Isn't holding for a push towards B. There's a boost above the smoke. This is pretty nifty for catching someone off guard. But Pleasant cannot be caught off guard. He gets another kill in. And now the op for Militzy, able to find a kill, but Maddie's just always delivering. On the other side of the map, keeps things in favor of Enterprise here. Ready for the flashbang. Twist is close by. They still have multiples to go through. Militzy's been firing away with the AWP already. He's going to try and reposition, get out of dodge, but can he make it in time? Twist is already close by. Cover being held. Militzy finds another, and we'll find a third as well, sticking out for more. A 4th right around the corner, but Blitz going to take that one instead. Money's still in reserve here. Sort of likes a Savage, even an op in Draken's hand. Nice little feed right here. Oh, let's see, finding so many on the Pinnacle replay. Early utility usage thrown on out though. Again, vying for this ramp control. Pleasant has been an incredibly effective opener on this ramp, and I think he just continues to deliver. Gonna need a whole lot more though. Boost up. Oh my god, Blitz. Not a chance in this world you get away with a play like that. Savage sent back down to another 4v5. See if they're able to work off this territory here. Grux throws a smoke to allow for some control to be had towards construction, but also has to deal with this HEs being bombed down. But in the meantime, Pleasant continues to deliver. Draken's found with the op, and there you go. He calls a clear himself. A little help from Draken's AWP. There's one to be answered. Back to her, back to 2s. And through the smoke, Draken kind of on an island here, and will go down as well. Not too quick to the party is Dezen. Not quick enough for the trade, though. And they're starting to close in on him. They want to take this fight. Dezen has an idea, but Maddie's is too dang good right now. 24-19. There's not a fight this guy won't take. And you can see it in Enterprise's confidence right now. You're in a 2v1, sure. You don't have bomb in your hands, but they just go fighting. And the ramp side of things, they know that they can find that trade. Even if Maddie's goes down, it's going to be so hard for Dezen to double down to win that. Confidence exuding from Enterprise here, but we are shaping up for what could be a potential competitive match here. I mean, if Savage do start to find their footing, Pleasant continues to step on the gas. Anything is possible. Let's see. Named it out of position. The Endeavor's up the ramp. They go. Still hanging around here in the side hall. There's good utility that could be used to force him off this angle. I imagine that's what is in store here for Savage. Getting sandbags clear. Now let's see. He's going to need multiple players to swing on him. There's the molly. There's that utility I was talking about to keep him at bay. It's followed up by just a simple smoke here. There's only 40 seconds left onto the clock. A bit concerning considering that there's a lot of CTs that you still have to deal with, and a lot of CT side utility that you still have to work around as well. Now you've left yourself 30 seconds. There's left and right smoke that can be thrown on out here if you are the likes of Savage, but a flashbang setup. He's going to try and pull the pit on this one early. Mangus on low HP gets in and out, but he's going to only get one there as the trades go back and forth. There's two more to deal with, and oh my god, Blitz is standing tall. Dessen in a 1v3 to try and keep them in good standing here. A potential bomb plant maybe, but he's just going for the frags instead, and he doesn't know that there's one towards Emo. The Alive is going to best him. And it's a 14th now found from Enterprise, who are looking to close things out. And I think that Savage, they actually have to concede a bit of a half buy here. And a very painful time as well. I mean, this round is workable, but Twist does fully invest. Not the best of scenarios here, that's for sure. I think there's a bit of disjointedness going on over in the investment department of Savage. Not to worry too much. If they get a bomb plant, they've got max loss bonus. Still going to be workable, but I think a bomb plant's necessary in this round here. Maddie's able to find one. He gets out as well. Gets some molly down. They probably think he's lower than he is, but it was a lot of wall bangs. Doesn't matter how low you are. One dig comes straight to your head. Big pickup from Dezen to relieve some of the stress put on him and the rest of his team here. Blitz looks to hang around, but does fall off shortly after. Got ourselves into an even 4v4. Pretty lethal headshot angle from Blitz. Very forward. We'll see them as soon as they start to walk up that ramp, if that's where they want to head. They have a couple players towards the mid as well. This is currently being covered, though. Excellent molly to disjoint this attack. That mid aggression is coming out. You have to be wary of that. More mollies thrown on and off again. Look at this Twist in the backlines here. This is being covered. Twist not able to catch him off guard. At least Drac. Oh no. That was rough. A bit of a whiff right there. Again, I don't know if it would have made too much of a factor in the grand scheme of things here. But the Pinnacle odds, they're still favoring Savage at the moment. If you want to get in on those, you can head over to teb.gg/winter. Use code winter22. Surprised to see that, because Enterprise one round to close it out this 3-map series. Absolutely absurd. We'll see if Savage have a little fight in the left. Will be fitting that this would go into overtime too, but it might be denied here. Twist down early, and they assemble a boost right after that frag. Not going to be expecting this here, but the smoke does alleviate some of the stress here. Brooks, maybe, has an idea. HE going to do some damage, but they've continued to drop the numbers. That strike is up, drop to the ground. Pleasant going to pick up the mantle though. Flashbang keeps him off the angle, and Pleasant does have something to say about this one. Not ready to give it up just yet. Do they go for another boost? Surely not. And Dessen has finally had success on the Maddies. Finally has been able to open up this P-bomb site, which feels like a complete rarity here. Blitz is close by though. Between her, Dessen will go down, and that false sense of security here. Maybe thinking it's more clear. The flashbang doesn't quite land. There's a big gap in that smoke. You can see that Mangus is hopping on it. Plessin looking to recover this space. But Mangus turns his attention instead towards middle. Both players in the B side of things, though. Starting to move in towards the back of triple. I think at this point, they're just conceding. They're willing to give up this post plant. But Plessin, a slim angle, is able to capitalize here. And dropping Blitz is a big kill. There's a bit of a flank going on quickly towards ramp. Plessin is holding forward with the AWP. And now this flank being watched here, the Alive. Surely he doesn't clear this angle. He has time to work with, though. Plenty of time at that. Grux goes down, and it leaves it all to Plessin. 4 kills required. In the back of quad, with 2 different angles to deal with. Now mullied off as well. What could go worse? He tries to get out of dodge here, but he's getting pressed upon. He's able to find the first, but Mangus will close things out and find them that 16th round. No overtime for the decider. Enterprise, they take it in 3. After a crushing defeat on Inferno, they hold steady over on Vertigo, a map that they don't feel the most comfortable on. A fantastic recovery in the series, considering they had a hard-fought victory on Overpass, 19-17. We ended up in triple overtime over on Inferno, where they had multiple series points. They were ready to put that one to bed, but no, Savage had something to say until Enterprise were on that CT side of Vertigo, and then it was all in the way of Enterprise. They had so much success with the boost, with the